numbers, sorry.
Luke Mola. It's Ron.
Good evening. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and please remain standing.
Michael Connor.
Those who are on the line, could you please mute your phones? Those who are on the phone, could they please mute your phone? Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and please remain standing for the invocation by Reverend Wilson of Choose United Methodist Church. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with justice for all.
Let us now pray together. Almighty God, we thank you for this day and for this community. We thank you for all that you're doing in the midst of our lives. We pray your blessing upon our mayor and upon the council as they lead our community. And we pray that in these days of pandemic and rising of great unrest due to the systemic racism of society, we pray for your peace that passes all of our human understanding. For we pray this all in his name. Amen.
Thank you. Regular meeting of the township. Excuse me, for those who are on the phone, I would need you to mute your phone. There's interference that's coming in, and other residents cannot hear if you have not muted your phone. Thank you. This regular meeting of the Township Council is being held in accordance with the schedule of the meetings of the Township Council established and adopted by the Township Council, which schedule designates the time, date, and place of this meeting. Adequate public notice of this meeting has been provided pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. We are using an electronic amplifying recording device in order to obtain a clear and audible record, and request all those wishing to speak be recognized and state your name and address. The recording device will be solely utilized by the Township Clerk's Office for the preparation of minutes and shall be the official record of the Township Council meetings. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Mr. Hutchison,
Present.
Mr. Owens,
Present.
Mrs. Stubbs, Mrs. Stubbs. Go ahead, do it again. I'm sorry. Mrs. Stubbs.
Hello?
Go ahead, Andrea. I had it muted.
Okay. Present.
Mrs. Winters,
Here.
Mr. Mignon,
Here.
Mrs. Strato. Here. Mr. Mercado,
Present.
Mr. Colomier,
Here.
Mr. Cardis,
Here.
Mr. Lechner,
He is excused.
Chief Harkins,
Here.
Mr. Chadwell.
He is excused as well. When did that phone near me? Okay, good evening, everyone. For those that are joining our meeting tonight via phone or Facebook Live and are new to our council meetings, we have two public portions. During that public portion, one is for agenda items, which is 15 minutes long, and each speaker is allotted 3 minutes. Once everyone's spoken and there's time remaining, they may speak again. The second public portion is for any item that the speaker would like to speak upon. That second public portion is for 30 minutes, and each speaker is allotted 5 minutes. Once everyone has spoken and there's time remaining, they may speak again. but I would imagine a majority of our residents today are here to speak on the budget. There will be a budget hearing. That budget hearing, there will not be a time limit for it. So anyone who wants to speak will speak tonight. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Once everyone has spoken, they may speak again if they choose to. Obscene or profane language, lack of respect for others, and personal attacks are not acceptable behavior tonight or any other night at our council meetings. Failure to abide by this may result in forfeiture of your right to speak. At this time, the clerk will write down anyone's name who requests to speak during the public hearing on the budget. After I've received all the names, I will call upon them during the public hearing. Once again, we will have a public hearing on the agenda that will be separate from the public portion, the first one and the second one. So I ask all of our speakers that are on the phone, if they would like to speak, identify yourselves, and our Madam Clerk will write your name down.
Nicole.
Ray Palladaro.
Nancy Howard.
Ray Palladaro.
Paul Crew.
Paul Crew.
Wilbur McWiggin.
Barbara Arnold.
Barbara Arnold.
Earl Arnold.
Is that Earl Harding?
Arnold. ARNOLD.
Folks, if you're not speaking, I need you to mute your phone.
All that feedback is coming from your side. It's not coming from people's phones.
I'm not sure if you got my name. April Ross.
Thank you, April.
Thank you.
Peter Heinball.
Pete Heinball.
Omatara Dara.
John.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name again?
Omatara.
Earnhardt.
Nancy Howard.
Ms. Howard, Ms. Nancy Howard.
Dave.
Dave, may I have your last name, please?
Leader.
Dave Leader.
Say again?
I'm sorry, can you restate your name again, the last individual?
Dave Leader. Leader, like follow a leader.
Oh, we have that, Mr. Leader. Rashawn, Mr. Rashawn, can I have your last name?
Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Sam Sweet.
Sam Sweet.
Michael DeFrancesco.
Mr. DeFrancesco.
Deborah Applin.
Ms. Kaplan.
Appling.
Ms. Applin. Okay, thank you.
Nothing you have in the building on your end because the feedback is horrendous.
I'm sorry, sir, but the feedback is from people who are not muting their phones.
Rain birds coming from your side of the call.
Nicole Scully.
Ms. Scully.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Peter, can you say your last name again? Has everyone provided their name that would like to speak during the public hearing?
No, Brian Burns.
Mr. Burns?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Mr. President, can we?
I think my name.
Ray Palladaro. I don't know if she got that earlier.
We have that, Ray. Ms. Coyle? What was your first name, please?
Carol.
Carol Coyle, thank you.
Well.
Thank you, Ms. Coyle. Is there anyone else?
Do you have anything for McWiggin?
Ms. Wiggins,
Not sure if you got our name, please.
Ms. Wiggins,
Candy Ruggieri?
Ms. Ruggieri, thank you, Ms. Ruggieri. Is there anyone else?
And Anthony DeLuca.
Aaron Hart.
Ms. Aaron Hart and the DeLucas, please. Mr. and Mrs. DeLuca. Yes. Is there anyone else?
Wiggins. What's the first name?
Not sure if you got my name, but Omatara Dairo.
Omatero Dyro? Ms. Dyro?
Yeah, Omatara Dairo.
Michael Pastor.
Mr. Pastor, Michael Pastor?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Can we read the names to make sure that everybody?
Yes. Well, we're part of the public hearing. Okay? If anyone joins during our meeting and they do not provide their name and would like to join in during the public hearing, we'll go through the names that we have listed here and add additional names if you have not been added to the list. So now will be our public portion. The first public portion, this is for agenda items only. If you wish to speak about the budget, we'll save that for the public hearing. So this is for agenda items only. Once all those wishing to address council have had their turns, they may speak a second time. We have 15 minutes allotted for the first public portion. We're now opening up the first public portion.
They call it.
Mr. Polidoro.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Wondering if council would consider postponement of this meeting for 1 week so that the public may attend as the state will open up and would allow the public to attend the meeting. If that would be postponed a week, is there a reason that cannot be done?
Mr. Cardis, I believe we have to move forward with our budget. We were approved by the Division of Local Government Services to move forward with our budget tonight. Is that correct, Mr. Cardis? You are correct. I need you to speak in the microphone, Mr. Cardis.
You are correct. We're also going to be sending out the estimated tax bills, which will be revised tonight.
Did you catch that, Mr. Polidoro? We have to send the estimated tax bills, and we're 6 months into our budget already.
Yeah, it's funny because it is 6 months into the budget. And no, I cannot hear Mr. Cardis.
Okay. Mr. Card has indicated that, yes, we were approved by the Division of Local Government Services to submit, to move forward with submitting our budget for adoption. And we have to send out our estimated tax bills out. So we're moving forward with this meeting, sir.
Is that the administration's position or council's
That is,
position on
well,
that?
I'm speaking for council. If anyone disagrees with me? No. Hearing none. No one disagreed with me, Mr. Polidoro.
Okay, my second question is, other than just taking it under consideration, would you mind waiving the time limit on the second public portion so that the residents of Gloucester Township may speak to you, council, after you vote?
Mr. Polidoro, I'm not going to waive the second public portion. The public hearing has no time limit. As you recall,
Okay.
I was here 2 years ago until 1 o'clock. I have no problem to spend that time here. So anyone who wishes to speak will have an opportunity to speak.
Okay, and for the record, the format were the rules that you have set forth. At what point in the agenda, so that people that are looking at the agenda could see where that public portion would be for the budget? Would it be before Resolution 122, or do you have a specific spot that you would like people to know?
It'll be for Resolution 122. And I will
All right,
indicate
thank
that
you.
generally. Thank you, Mr. Polidoro.
Patty Santino.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the agenda items?
Yes, Peter Heinbaugh,
Mr. Heimball, good evening.
good evening to you. On the agenda, resolution 121. Could you disclose the budget amendments?
Mr. Cardis, you want to provide that?
What on and on, if I have it. You have what was given to you?
Bear with me,
I attended
Mr.
this meeting through the conference call phone, I did not hear Mr. Cardis at all. And anyway, the budget subcommittee would have addressed these amendments, so I would like.
Mr. Heimel.
The budget, yes.
Mr. Heimel, Mr. Cardis will approach the phone here. Bear with us.
Did the budget subcommittee answer this question since these amendments would have been put forward by them?
I don't have the
Mr.
sheet. in
Cardis,
front of me.
Mr. Cardis is the business administrator. He's the person appropriate to answer this question.
Mr. Cardis.
Bear with me one second.
If you'd like, you can use mine.
That's not my problem right now. I'm having trouble finding it.
Bear with me, Mr. Heimel.
Sure.
Mr. Owens, can you stop the time for Mr. Heimel, please?
Okay. So the amendments total to 450,000. It is an increased use of surplus of 100,000. It is an increase on the usage of the revenue for the tax abatements of 100,000. It's an increase on the on interest on investments of 50,000. It is a decrease in appropriations for parks and recreation salaries and wages of 100,000. And it is a decrease in the amount of FICA by 100,000. That totals to 450,000.
Okay, then, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cardis.
I do have another agenda question.
Yes, sir.
I see on the bill that it seems we may have scheduled tax payments to go to the Gloucester Township School District and the Blackhorse Pike School District.
That's correct.
So I assume property tax receipts then are coming on schedule and the township able to meet its cash requirements?
That would be correct.
Are we in a position to cancel the authorized $53 million loan yet?
We have not taken out a $53 million loan, Mr. Heimball. You're aware of
No,
that.
authorized. Are we in a position to
Okay.
cancel the authorized $53 million loan?
No, I would not recommend that to council. That you're talking about the tax anticipation notes, and it would not be a $53 million borrowing. It would be an amount necessary if perhaps the state were to delay us in being able to get out the bills for some reason, or something were to happen with state aid, they possibly could delay the November collections.
And let me just provide a clarification to people on the line. That statement, there is no $53 million loan. It's called a tax anticipation note. That serves as a safety net. Think of it as a credit line for your home, or a home equity loan. That has not been tapped. We have not applied for it.
Right. As I stated, it's authorized.
Mr. Heimball, you called it a loan, and it was not a loan. We have not taken that out.
Yeah, but.
Thank you, Mr. Heimball.
Authorized.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Mr. Heimball. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak on the agenda items?
Sam Sweet,
Mr. Sweet, good evening.
good evening, council. Glad to see everybody safe and healthy. Mr. Cardis, could you repeat those changes, please? I missed the first couple.
All right. So the first is an allocation of additional surplus in the amount of $100,000. That's a revenue line item. The second is an increase in the amount of the tax abatements that are applied to the budget. That is also a revenue item. $100,000 for tax abatements. There's also an additional $50,000 of revenue from interest on investments. There is an appropriation reduction of 100,000 for parks and recreation salaries and wages. And there is a reduction in FICA of 100,000. That adds up to 450,000.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Myers.
Is there anything else, Mr. Sweet?
Yes, I have a question for the budget subcommittee. I'm assuming if they reviewed those items.
You want to say that for the budget hearing, sir? Or this is an agenda item, though, that question?
It's an agenda item. I'm just asking if they reviewed those specific items.
Yes, they did.
And did they have any questions on that?
It was all part of our conversations. We did not have questions. I mean, at the time, we went line by line.
Okay.
All right, is there anything else, Mr. Sweet?
No, that's all I have for now.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the agenda items?
This is Deborah Appling.
Hello, Ms. Apple?
Can you explain the increase of 100,000 for tax abatement?
Mr. Cardis?
Yes, we have monies that we collect under the abatement program, which is a state-approved program where new construction for commercial and industrial, and it's only on the building, not on the land, can be approved for a 5-year abatement. It's 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, and 90%. And then it becomes, after 5 years, it becomes a regular rateable. The township keeps most of that money, and about, I think it's 5% goes to the county. And then when it becomes a rateable after 5 years, it's split between the schools, the county, the fire district, and the township. The township is approximately 28% of your bill.
So the premium outlets, have they now exceeded their 5-year tax abatement
It is finished after this year.
after this year? And then the Dave and Buster's, which didn't get a chance to open because of the pandemic, are they going to get a tax abatement too?
Yes, they would qualify for an abatement.
They would qualify. Have they applied for it? Has it come to council yet, Ms. Appling? No.
Okay. All right, that's all I need to ask.
Thank you very much, Ms. Appling. Is there anyone else that has any agenda item questions?
Amber McWigan. Hi, this is Candy Ruggieri.
Oh, well, let me go with Amber. Did you have a question on the agenda items? I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name.
McWigan.
Ms. McWiggins, how may I help you today?
I don't have a question. I have some comments.
Okay, so we'll say that for the public hearing on the budget. Is that fine? We'll
No,
put
it's
you.
on the agenda. Comments on the agenda item.
Okay, there is also a public hearing.
Well, which one does it belong in? It's on an agenda. It's comments for an agenda item.
Which agenda item, Ms. McWiggins?
The item to accept the safe and secure community connect.
Okay. Bear with me for a second. Resolution 117. How can I help you with that?
So I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, and our comments are in regards to the plan to accept the safe and secure community plan of $90,000 to support, quote, holistic broken windows policing in Gloucester Township. We are deeply concerned that, especially in this moment, the Gloucester Township Council is poised to spend an additional $428,000 on the salaries of 4 police officers, 3 of whose explicit directives will be to implement broken windows policing, quote, in areas that experience higher incidents of narcotics activity, liquor code violations, robberies, and theft. This concerns us because research has clearly demonstrated that the broken windows approach to policing leads to the over-policing of Black and brown neighborhoods, the disproportionate arrest and conviction of people of color for crimes that white people commit at similar rates, and mass incarceration. It is clear to us that whatever reductions in petty crime are gained by this approach are not worth its cost. It is also clear that there are more effective ways to reduce crime, for example, by investing in local leadership and organizations, youth programs, or the GTPD's own Project SAVE. Any of these would be a better use of $400,000 of public funds. We ask you to reject the grant and rethink your approach to reducing crime in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McWiggins. Is there anyone else on any agenda items?
Paul Krug.
Mr. Krug? Go ahead, sir. This will be the
Good evening,
last,
President Mercado.
okay, this will be the last comment during the first public portion. Mr. Krug?
Good evening, President Mercado. Good evening, council. With regard to resolution 121, on the agenda where you would typically have additional details of the agenda item, there were no additional details posted. And I realize sometimes those are posted on the bulletin board in the chambers prior to a meeting. But since this meeting was expected to be conducted remotely, why the citizens wouldn't have received documentation on the changes that Mr. Cargis has gone over, knowing that it's terribly difficult to understand the type of numbers we're talking about in a quick clip.
Madam Clerk?
It was approved today, the amendment resolution was approved today and authorized to be released for us to pass today. That's why it will be read in full, so that the public is aware, and it was sent to updates as soon as we got authorization, so it will be posted on the website. It may already be posted on our website.
So walk us through this process, Mr. Carter and Madam Clerk, is that could not be posted until it's approved by the Division of Local Government Services.
Yes, and Kirsty is on the line if you would like to.
All right. Mr. Krug, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard the first part. I didn't hear the second part.
That the reason the meat of Resolution 121, the amendments were not posted, is that we had to wait for authorization from the Division of Local Government Services before we could post that. It is on the website right now, and you'll be able to view it.
But the
Can
resolution.
I ask what time it was posted on the website?
But the resolution will be read in full. Ms. Power, when was it posted on the website?
It was sent at 3:08 today, so it should be posted by now.
And when did we get the, I guess, finalized, subcommittee approved and council approved amended budget to this other entity that needs to approve it? When was that done?
Kirsty is on the line, Orlando.
Mr. Cardis, would you like to give us a timeline for that?
I believe she was notified today that she had the approvals.
No, but prior to amending this budget. The subcommittee met Monday. They also worked with Mr. Cardis on Wednesday afternoon, having conversation with Mr. Cardis. So Thursday, this went up to the Division of Local Government Services. Is that correct, Mr. Cardis?
I believe that is correct.
That's the timeline, and we received notification today, Monday.
Okay, I asked that because at the May 11th council meeting where this budget was introduced, I explicitly requested that immediately following that meeting, council begin an audit with a fine-tooth comb to look for cost savings in this budget for the Gloucester Township citizens. On the May 27th meeting, I brought 50 line items and ended up partnering with several other citizens to provide a citizens budget to council to help assist them. That would be over a month's worth of work time that could have been put in to get this budget in on time and approved so that the citizens would be able to view this. You know that several of us on the line who are consistent attendees of these meetings have been terribly interested in cost savings and how council is going to support the Gloucester Township citizens financially here.
Is there a question in there, Mr. Krug, or is that just a statement?
Well, I find it hard to believe that up until 3 p.m., with over a month's worth of requests to begin on this, that the citizens would be notified 2-3 hours before the meeting and will need to listen verbally to what was done. I find that terribly difficult for the citizens to have a fair shot at, and it seems like procrastination in my book.
If I could jump in for a minute.
Mrs. Strawn, go ahead.
I don't know what you're saying as far as that we've had a month to do this. We've been meeting and speaking to Tom and other council members regarding our questions. So to say that we procrastinated is such an understatement. I can't control how long the state takes once we came to an agreement. That's out of our control.
It seems like the state took less than several days, whereas the subcommittee, from my formal request to council, had 4 weeks.
Correct, and we used the 4 weeks. Once we agreed upon our information, that gets sent to the state. We can't release anything until that information comes back. So we did not do anything that.
Okay, Mr. Krug, that is your time. Thank you very much. Next is our items on our resolutions and consent agenda. If any council member would like to move any items on the consent agenda, please speak up. Hearing none, I entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
Second,
Thank you, Mrs. Strato. On the question, roll call, please.
Mr. Hutchison,
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
I have to abstain on resolution R 2006-117. Item number 20-02269. All the services that are listed under yes to everything else.
Mrs. Stubbs,
Yes.
Mrs. Winters,
Yes.
Mr. Mignone,
Yes.
Mrs. Strato,
yes.
Mr. Mercado.
Yes, Madam Clerk, I forgot to say this. Please let the record reflect that both Councilwoman Stubbs and Councilwoman Winters have called in, and we have 5 physical council members present.
I know, it's something I do. Oh,
Thank you.
Resolution 118, resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Gloucester rescinding resolution R-20:05-101, entitled Resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Gloucester, County of Camden, State of New Jersey, authorizing the tax collector to process third quarter estimated tax bills due August 1st, 2020.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. On the question, roll call, please.
Mr. Hutchison,
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mrs. Stubbs, Mrs. Stubbs,
Yes.
Mrs. Winters,
Yes.
Mr. Mignone,
Yes.
Mrs. Strato,
Yes.
Mr. Mercado.
Yes.
Resolution 119, resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Gloucester, County of Camden, State of New Jersey, authorizing the tax collector to process third quarter estimated tax bills due August 1st, 2020.
I entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? On the question, roll call, please.
Mr. Hutchison,
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mrs. Stubbs,
Yes.
Mrs. Winters? Yes. Mr. Mignon?
Yes.
Mrs. Trotta?
Yes.
Mr. Mercado?
Yes.
Resolution 120, resolution of the Township Council of the Township of Gloucester authorizing the Township Clerk to read the 2020 Township Budget by title only.
Entertain a motion.
I'll second.
On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Hutchison?
Yes.
Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mrs. Stubbs?
Mrs. Stubbs?
Yes.
Mrs. Winters?
Yes.
Mr. Mignon?
Yes.
Mrs. Trotta?
Yes.
Mr. Mercado?
Yes.
Resolution 121, resolution to amend the 2019 budget of the Township of Gloucester County of Camden, State of New Jersey. Whereas the local municipal budget for the year 2020 was approved on the 11th day of May 2020. And whereas the public hearing on said budget has been held and advertised. And whereas it is desired to amend said approved budget which does not require advertisement. Okay. The title should read resolution to amend the 2020 budget of the Township of Gloucester, County of Camden, State of New Jersey. Now therefore be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Gloucester, County of Camden, that the following amendments to the approved budget of 2020 be made. General revenues. 1, surplus anticipated from $3,500,000 to $3,600,000. Total surplus anticipated from $3,500,000 to $3,600,000. Miscellaneous revenue, Section A, special items of general revenue anticipated with prior written consent of the Director of Local Government Services, other special items. Interest on investment and deposits, Sheet 4, from $100,000 to $150,000. Tax abatement in lieu of billing, Sheet 4A, $2 million, from $2 million to $2,100,000. Total Section A, local revenues, Sheet 4C, from $4,143,200 to $4,293,200. Summary of revenues, Sheet 11, number 1, surplus anticipated, Sheet 4, number 1, from $3,500,000 to $3,600,000. 3, miscellaneous revenues, total Section A, local revenues, from $4,143,200 to $4,293,200. Total miscellaneous revenues from $10,839,847.86 to $10,989,847.86. Subtotal general revenues, items 1, 2, 3, and 4, from $14,539,847.86 to $4,789,847.86. Amount to be raised by taxes for supporting municipal budget. A, local tax for municipal purposes, including reserve for uncollected taxes, $52,838,421.58 to $52,386,269.36. Total amount to be raised by taxes for supported municipal budget from $52,838,421.58 to $52,386,269.36. Total general revenues from $67,378,269.44 to $67,176,117.22. General appropriations, A, operations within caps, maintenance of parks, salaries and wages, sheet 15B, from $1,713,900 to $1,613,900. Total operations items 8A within caps, sheet 17A, from $49,248,919 to $49,148,919. Total operations including contingent within caps, sheet 17A, $49,248,919 to $49,148,919. Detailed salary and wages from $27,185,695 to $27,085,695. Deferred charges and statutory expenditures, municipal within caps. Statutory expenditures, Social Security, OASI, sheet 19, from $2,200,000 to $2,100,000. Total deferred charges and statutory expenditures, municipal within caps, $7,617,667 to $7,517,667. H1, total general appropriations for municipal purposes within caps, sheet 19, from $56,866,586 to $56,666,586. L, subtotal general appropriations, items H1 and O, sheet 29, from $66,523,348.86 to $66,323,348.86. M, reserve for uncollected taxes, sheet 29, from $854,920.58 to $852,768.36. 9, total general appropriations, sheet 29, from $67,378,269.44 to $67,176,117.22. Summary of appropriations, sheet 30, H1, total general appropriations for municipal purposes within caps, from $56,866,586 to $56,666,586. M, reserve for uncollected taxes, from $854,920.58 to $852,768.36. Total general appropriations from $67,378,269.44 to $67,176,117.22. Be it further resolved that 2 certified copies of this resolution be filed forthwith in the office of the Director of Local Government Services for certification of the local budget so amended. It's hereby certified that this is a true resolution amending the budget adopted by Township Council on the 8th day of June 2020.
Mr. Cardis, do you want to add what that amendment reduces the proposed budget to? I'm sorry to catch you off guard.
So that would take the amount to be raised by taxation from $52,838,421.58 to $52,386,269.36. It's a total reduction in the tax levy of $452,152.22. Even though it was intended as a $450,000 reduction, the additional amount of $2,152.22 is because it changes the reserve for uncollected taxes.
So in cents, we dropped it down by,
A little bit more than a penny. A penny is $443,505.
so it's not a 10,
No, it's single digit.
it's a single digit of
9.7.
9.75. Thank you. I entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second
I'll second.
on the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Hutchison,
Yes.
Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mrs. Stubbs,
Yes.
Mrs. Winters,
Yes.
Mr. Mignone,
Yes.
Mrs. Strato,
Yes.
Mr. Mercado.
Yes. So for those listening or watching, that was to amend the 2020 budget to reduce it by a cent or 1%. So now we will have our public hearing for resolution 2006-122. Bear with me. I want to go through the list of names of individuals that would like to speak. If your name is not on this list, please tell me and I'll add you to the list. Patty Dentino, Michael Pastor, Ms. Dyro, Darren Hart, the DeLuca family, Mr. and Mrs. DeLuca, Ms. Ruggieri, Ms. Coyle, Mr. Burns, Ms. Scully, Ms. Appling, Mr. DeFrancesco, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Martin, Mr. Leader, Ms. Howard, Mr. Heinball, Ms. Ross, Mr. Harding, Ms. Arnold, Mr. Krug, and Mr. Polidoro. Is there anyone who would like to speak during the public hearing that is not on this list? Okay, we'll start with Ms. Dentino. Ms. Dentino, are you there? Ms. Dentino? Okay.
Tell them go on and take their phones off of mute when it's their time.
Mr. Pastor? Are you there, Mr. Pastor?
Yes, I am, and I would
Okay.
just like to echo with most rep.
Excuse
Can
me?
you hear me okay?
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can I have your address, please?
6 Argyle Avenue, Blackwood.
Good evening, Mr. Pastor.
Good evening to you all. I just want to say what most of the township is echoing. Now is not the right time. I'm sure you guys heard it. Million residents out of work. I understand we do have the fuel machine. We have the fuel machine through cash. But with everything that's going on, I mean, a hike right now is just not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pastor. Before we continue, I just want to, I get criticized by folks because I like to do a pie chart. But I just want to, and I'm not going to take any more time, but of your taxes that you pay to Gloucester Township, the municipality, the township is responsible for collecting all the taxes. So that's the tax for the township, the tax for the 2 school districts, the tax for the county, and the tax for the fire department that you may have. So each one of us, there's 6 different fire departments. So you have a different tax rate for each area that you're in. Of that pie, 28 cents of each dollar that you pay goes to the town. What does that pay for? That pays for police. It pays for sanitation, public works. This past week, we had a major storm. So at the intersection of Summerdale and 2-Lane Road is one of our supervisors hooking up a generator to that particular stoplight so people can traverse through our township. And that was happening throughout our township. We had police that was out there. People were picking up brush immediately after that storm. That's what you pay for. It pays for senior services. It pays for recreation. So 28 cents out of every dollar you pay goes to the municipality. So when you hear that there's a possible 10% increase of your tax bill, if your tax bill is $10,000, there's not a $1,000 increase on your tax bill. It's 10%, if it's 10%, we'll use a round figure, of the $2,800 that you give to the municipality. So 28 cents out of every dollar goes to the municipality. So I just want to continue because there are some folks that will lead you to believe that this is a 10% increase on your entire tax bill, and that is incorrect. Ms. Dyro.
Yes, hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
May I have your address, please?
Yes, 8 Pheasant Road, Clemson. 8 Pheasant Road, Clemson, New Jersey.
How can I help you today?
Yes, so I was listening in. I heard about all the amendments, but one thing that was definitely striking, I did not hear any amendments towards the police budget. I did the calculations and including dispatch, 911, salaries and wages, and listed under other expenses. Policing in itself would cost $17,755,814. I also heard that the amended general revenues were $67,176,117.22. With those calculations, the policing would account for 26% of the total proposed budget. If that's not striking enough, public health services accounts for $18,125. Senior citizen services and programs count to $75,050 compared to animal control services that are $115,000. I'm proposing that rather than investing tens of millions of dollars in police, invest the money towards senior citizen services and programs, recreation services and programs, and actual community development.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dyro. Mr. Hart? Mr. Hart? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. DeLuca?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening. Can I have your address, please?
Hi, can you hear us? Sure, it's 704 Emerson Court, Clemson, New Jersey.
Ms. DeLuca, are you watching us as well? Because there's feedback. I'm hearing myself on the delay.
Oh my God. Yes, I am. Hold on, I'll fix
Emerson.
it. I'm sorry, is that better?
Not a problem. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I also just would like to voice my objection to raising taxes at this time. I think I wrote a letter to some of the council members today. And I just think that people are in you're putting an unnecessary burden on people, and just urge you to go through the line items again and see where you could cut.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Luca.
Thank you.
This goes nowhere. This goes nowhere.
Ms. Ruggieri?
Shame.
Hold on, I'm checking. This is Candy Ruggieri,
Hi, Mr. Ruggieri, may I have your address, please?
14
I'm sorry.
Leanne Drive in Blackwood, New Jersey.
Good evening.
Hello. The document where you were referencing the numbers, not having that to you during this meeting, I think again is a recommendation to postpone this meeting. But I also just wanted to indicate that it looks like there's like a cost of living increase of like 3.5%, and I believe in looking through the documentation, depending on which department you're in. So
Most companies that I work with in the state have done a 15 to 25% salary reduction during COVID. I'm still working with many employers in the state of New Jersey that are doing layoffs now that COVID is coming down. They're doing significant reduction in workforce. I worked with a company yesterday letting go of 300 employees at the end of the month. So I just don't think that this is the time to be doing this. And I do think that if there is going to be an increase, this meeting should be postponed to allow us to look through those line items because I think that there's movement in these numbers. And I'm hoping that in the budget that there's no approval for a heritage park that's on Summerdale Road. I don't know how much that costs us, but that don't see anyone. I ride my bike by there all the time. I never see anyone in that park. So, and not to mention that with the Trump tax bill, now that you just have a standard deduction of $24,000, a certain class of employees or residents of New Jersey have been majorly impacted by that. So you've got 2019 where we got killed by the 24,000 limit for married couples, and now you've got people salary reductions, loss of jobs. So I don't think that this is the message that we want to be sending to our community. And I think we need to revisit and carve out money. And we can. Don't say that we can't. It's what many of us do every day with our jobs for other employers. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry.
Great call.
Ms. Coyle?
Amen.
Ms. Coyle,
Yeah,
Carol
still
Coyle?
here.
Ms. Coyle, may I have your
I'm
address,
still here.
please? May I have your address, please?
1966 Pine Street in Sicklerville.
Good evening, Ms. Coyle.
Good evening, council members. I just would like to reiterate what everyone else has been saying, and I wish you've heard it over and over again. And I probably represent the outcry of the residents of Gloucester Township. I was wondering if there would be anything you can do to consolidate some of the schools, have fewer superintendents to oversee the school system, or to put on hold any salary increases, or cut some programs and services. I know this would be hard for everybody to do because you would have to put your nose to the grindstone and dig deeper to find out what could be cut. Until this tragic pandemic is over and done with, and everything can come back to so-called normal. That's just what I wanted to say. I get a lot of my information from Ray Polidoro. He's one of my neighbors. And he's very persistent, and he attends all the meetings, being virtual or in person. And I myself attended just a handful of meetings. I am a senior citizen. I do get a senior freeze, but I still don't want to see any tax increase, not just for myself, but for a lot of the residents that have lost their jobs, maybe not have a job to go to anymore. I understand your situation and what you've broken down for us as far as 28 cents on the dollar. But maybe in the future you can dig a little bit more to cut some services and not raise taxes for us. We don't want to leave. We like it here in the township. And we appreciate what you're doing for the township, and the cleanup, and the police force, and the firemen, and all the clerks in our schools. So thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me. You have a great evening, and stay safe.
Ms. Coyle, you as well, but before you leave, with the two school districts and consolidating, that's not something that as council or administration can do. They're a separate entity. But that is a suggestion that's been brought up over many years to possibly consolidate the districts and the superintendents and the administrative staff. But thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. You stay safe as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns, Brian Burns?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I have your address, Mr. Burns?
Yes, it's 5 Baldwood Drive in the area.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head, and, I don't mean to sound rude, but it just seems like I'm sitting here and council is gonna listen to everyone's comments and then just gonna move ahead with this thing. And I don't know, I'm just, wasting my time here. We have almost 100 people watching. But let me say this. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Heinbaum, Mr. Sweet, for their efforts and the other people putting together the citizens budget, which from what I've read, I haven't digested 100%, is almost half of what the council has proposed. And I would like to see council make a motion to postpone this tonight and sit down with the subcommittee with Mr. Heinbaum, Mr. Sweet, who have a strong background in accounting, and go through this line by line. Mr. Kansas is quoted in the Sun as saying that their budget was maximizing every revenue. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm maximizing every dollar that comes in my hand. And if the township is not doing that with my tax dollars, then something needs to be changed. The other thing that is on my mind is this continued
Mr.
development.
Burns, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yes,
There's someone else that's speaking on the line. Could you please mute your phone so we can hear Mr. Burns? There's someone whispering. So, sorry about that, Mr. Burns. Go ahead.
that's okay. My other point I wanted to bring up is the continued development. For example, all the townhouses going in behind those. The Nike base is going to get developed. The old freeway golf course is scheduled for development. All this growth is just going to put more burden on the taxpayers and public works and fire and emergency. And it just seems like we're going to be taxed the heck out of the township pretty soon. I don't know how many of you people on council have increased your incomes this year, but I've lost income in my home. And I don't know anybody who's getting raises. And for the township to go 3.5% increase in salaries, to me, that's unjustifiable at this time, So like I said, I hope you were listening, and I hope it's just not, just a phone call. We got to listen to all these people. We're going to be here late, and we're going to pass the budget anyway. Because there's a lot of angry people. When people are getting raises, and a lot of home owners, their taxes are going up to the point where it's tough to live here, and our household incomes are going down. I think there's a lot of wiggle room in this budget. So that's how I'm feeling. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Burns, there is one correction. I'm going to defer to the business administrator. So the raises that are indicated in the budget is a 2.5% raise. Now, it may appear to be bigger than it. And in fact, when I sat down with the business administrator and I was taking a look at the salary increases for certain departments, one of the things that he brought to my attention is that our employees get paid every 2 weeks. There is an additional pay period in the month of December. So there are 27 pays. That offsets that 2.5, it jumps it up to 2.5%. Correct, Mr. Cardis?
Yeah, because anybody hourly gets paid for that pay period. Salary do not, but hourly do, and majority of all of our public works is hourly, all of our administration is hourly. So they would all get paid an additional pay in 2020.
But the increases were 2.5%.
They were 2.5. It was settled with the police contract prior to the pandemic, prior to any of this stuff happening. So there's a contractual obligation on the part of the township to make good on that contract that was negotiated and settled. The superior officers were very close to a settlement. In fact, we had scheduled for that to go to council by resolution. It didn't happen. And so what typically happens is through the negotiation process, you're going to settle at the area where the patrol and the senior officers settle, or you're going to end up a perk. You can't just say you're not going to give them anything. I mean, you have to have a rationale behind it.
Well, when was the contract ratified? Can I ask you that?
Last year.
I think it was ratified Chief, do you remember when patrol was ratified in December?
It was just in December.
December of 2019. I'm
Okay,
pretty
I mean,
sure.
I'm a union member, and I work by contract. And I understand, contract has to be fulfilled. Where did the 5% come from? Can you tell me that? That's been in print in different locations?
Well, that's from our friends from the Citizens Budget. They've indicated that it's a 5.4% increase in pay for these employees, which is incorrect.
Yes, it's not correct. I mean,
Okay.
Okay?
Can you address the issue of what I consider to be uncontrolled growth in the township? With regards to townhouse behind Lowe's, the light space being developed, the freeway golf course being developed, what is that going to do to, the need for additional public works, additional fire, and so on?
Those, Mr. Burns, the two of the three sites that you indicated, that was private property. They have an opportunity to develop that particular property. In certain cases, when there's redevelopment areas, we can hold a developer basically to a certain standard, to have a certain type of development, to have certain type of sidewalks, streetscaping, lighting. But if it's a private property, if they adhere to the planning and zoning of a particular town, there's not much more we can do to halt that particular plan.
Well, a township has the ability to rezone areas. I mean, if you look at the freeway golf course, you compare that to Tall Pines, which is what Gloucester County did. Tall Pines is an amazing outdoor space that thousands of people in Gloucester County go to, and they talked about it there, and it was rezoned, and they partnered with a number of conservation groups and the DEP and Green Acres, and they saved all that land in open space, absolutely beautiful. And all we're going to do here is add congestion and take away open space. We're going to add congestion to Sickle Road, which is a mess already. Why the freeway can't be saved as permanent open space and make Gloucester Township, a more beautiful place and a place that people want to move to. It's getting so crowded. People, it's crazy. It's like another Sherry Hill.
So, Mr. Burns, so if that's something that you would want the township to use township money, taxpayer dollars, to save a rateable. So to take a freeway.
Green Acres has a lot of money available. If you look at the model at Gloucester County, what used to be the Eagles Nest, which is now Tall Pines Preserve, they did an amazing job in preserving open space for the residents of the community and reduce the amount of congestion that is on the roads, through the county. It's an absolute, it's a model for other communities to follow. And I would love to see Gloucester Township, get involved with the preservation of the freeway golf course and leave it as permanent open space.
Well, Mr. Burns, down the street here, Mr. Burns, I'm sorry.
I'm sure it's a topic. I mean, I don't want to, take more time, take over a lot of time.
Okay, we can continue this conversation another time. I have your name and your address, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
Ms. Scully. Ms. Scully? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hello, Ms. Scully, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well. Can I have your address, please?
Sure, it's Bradley Court in Clementon.
Okay, how may I help you?
Yes, I'm actually calling, I'm not a taxpayer. I'm calling actually on behalf of my parents. They don't even know that I'm calling. It's very upsetting because you guys want to do an increase. My parents lost their jobs. They're not working. And, you want to raise the taxes, and that's absolutely ridiculous right now. Like, you're hurting your residents. you're not thinking about the residents at all. Like, you know, people have lost their jobs. They can't even afford to, you know, pay their electric bill and things like that. Are you guys going to forgive people who can't pay their taxes? Is there going to be any kind of forgiveness? Probably not, right?
Unfortunately not, we cannot do that.
See, and that's a problem because there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to be able to pay their taxes because you want to increase, and people can't afford to pay for it. A lot of people lost childcare. They have, you know, people who may have been able to go to work can't go to work because they have no childcare right now. There's no childcare. And how about, you know, the schools, you know, the schools and social distancing, how's that going to work if the schools go back, you know, in September? How's that going to work?
I can't speak.
You know, there's just a lot of things that you need to think about. I mean, have you guys gone grocery shopping? Everything has gone up. But nobody's pay's gone up because people aren't working. And you guys are getting a 2.5 increase? I don't think that that's fair when there's people that aren't even working who aren't getting any kind of increase. I think there should be a freeze.
So the employees of the township are receiving a 2.5% increase. Council.
Yes, and I think that's very
Okay.
unfair.
Ms. Scully, council's not receiving an increase and has not received an increase in 14 years. And nor are we looking for an increase.
But that's you guys on council. I'm talking about the council.
Okay. So I don't know if you heard earlier when Mr. Cars was talking about our contractual obligations that we have with our public employees. And public employees are not the enemy here. If you heard me at the beginning of this public hearing, when I spoke about, and I'm sorry, I don't want to take away from your time. I'll give you more time. But let's just use this Wednesday as an example. So you're in Bradley Court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are going down Coles Road or Stumpdale Road or Choose Landing Road or the Black Horse Pike, I got stuck at the Hilltop Creamery with ice cream, and there was our public works supervisors out there setting up a generator in the middle of a Derico store, and there was our police officers directing traffic. If you look around at our surrounding communities, that was not happening. That was happening here. These are the services that you pay for. It is unfortunate that we have to raise taxes. No one wants to do that. Do you think I want to sit here, or any of my colleagues want to tell people that we have to increase taxes? But every year, the need for local public services, they continue to increase. And as you stated, if you go to the supermarket, prices increase there. Well, there's things that increase here as well in our municipality. And we're trying to meet all those needs. And we're trying to put forward a responsible budget to meet all the needs of our residents.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I just feel like there should be a freeze on, you know, the tax increase right now. At this time, this is just not the time right now. You know, we're going through a pandemic. There's a lot of things going on right now, and it's ridiculous that, you know, right now you want to decide that we have to raise taxes when people have lost their jobs. The stress alone has been, you know, phenomenal. Like it's been, you know, astronomical for my parents because they lost their jobs. You know, it's very difficult to try to keep a house running when you have no job. You don't know when you're going to have another job because things aren't open. And it's very upsetting. And I'm sure there's tons of residents that are going through the exact same thing.
It is upsetting.
I really would like for you guys to really think about it honestly, because it's very stressful now, and you're just going to make it way worse if you do this increase right now. I think that there should be, you know, a reason to really think about it honestly.
Okay.
Please, I'm just proud of that.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Scully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Appling?
When's it my turn?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, may I have your address, please?
Yes, do you hear me? Yes, I have your address, please. 1919 Willow Place in Clementon.
Okay. Ms. Appling, before we continue, I think you're watching us online. I need you to
Yeah, I
lower
just
that.
turned the volume down.
Yes, because there's feedback.
Yeah, so is that better now?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Appling. Good evening.
Good evening.
17,
I sent you guys an email on May 29th. Did you receive it? I mean, because I know at your last meeting, you read the emails you received first before anybody had any comments.
Well, we have emails that are sent through GT Gov Access, which is after, because we have a public hearing. Then we go to the public portion, second public portion. Before we go to the second public portion, I read those emails. So
Right.
I follow the agenda. This is a public hearing for the budget. So we're in the public hearing portion of the budget.
Okay, because the email I sent was regarding the budget. But
Would you, do you
in
want
any
to,
case,
would you like to summarize it or recap that for us?
yeah, basically what I was saying is that I didn't agree with the increases in salaries, which you've already explained. I'm a senior citizen at this point, and I'm paying a lot of taxes. And as someone else mentioned, just with the federal government, with the president and what he did, that increased taxes. We're paying Gloucester Township MUA, Camden County MUA, and then we're paying in your budget for public works, right?
Yes, Public Works is that's part of our, yes, Public Works, cutting, streets, snow removal, brush removal, trash removal. That's all part of
And
Public Works.
what's the MUA do?
The MUA, they oversee the flow of our sewer lines through here, through Gloucester Township.
So we have to pay Camden MUA and Gloucester Township MUA to do the same thing?
Well, there's a connection to it. But GT, Gloucester Township MUA is just for Gloucester Township. And our pump stations that we have here located throughout the township.
Okay, so my point is, we pay a lot, and as everyone else has mentioned, this is a pandemic that we're going through, and I'm getting killed on taxes, and I've been working since I was 16 years old, so that's over 40 years, and now I'm retired, and I feel like I'm being taxed like crazy. I've been in this township for over 20 years. So I've seen multiple tax increases come through in this township. The people on my street are like, it's like a revolving door. I mean, they're in, they're out, and I don't know if it's because they realize once they move in, the taxes are so darn high that they have to move out. But it's just infuriating to me, and I almost feel like although all these people on the line and we're all, complaining, that it's not, what difference is it going to make? Because you guys are going to vote on this, right? So are we just wasting our breath here and voicing our concerns?
Yes.
Ms. Appling, I don't believe you're wasting your breath. I think it's important to voice your concerns. Those that called in our last meeting, those people were heard as well. There was a subcommittee that was put together that looked at this budget. They made a recommendation for a reduction in the budget, but there are certain things, Ms. Appling, that unfortunately we cannot move the needle much on. When we receive a budget, 78% of that budget is already set in stone. There's very little that we can move in a particular budget. Again, we have contractual agreements with our unions, with our police, our public works employees, people in the building that work here. There are 6 bargaining units. Those contracts have to be met.
So what are we to do then? I mean, like move? I mean, basically, that's what it sounds like we'd have to do.
Ms.
Because
Appling,
I have family in Philadelphia, I have family in Delaware, and nobody's paying the kind of taxes I'm paying. It's like insane. And my house is not that big. It's a one level home, and it's small. But I'm paying ridiculous amount of taxes. So I don't understand why there can't be more consolidation of services.
Because why do we have all these little towns and different mayors and all this stuff? I'm like, why can't this be consolidated? Like Camden, Camden got rid of the separate police forces and came up with one.
And
Do you understand what I'm getting at
Yes.
about consolidating?
But Ms. Appling, do you know that you're also paying for that Camden County Police Department through your taxes? Are you
Well,
aware
what
of
are
that?
they doing for us? And if I'm paying for Camden County Police, I'm paying for the police here in this area too, right? Gloucester Township Police.
That is correct.
So, I mean, do we have that much policing to do? Because I don't see a whole lot.
Ms. Appling, I respectfully disagree. If you look at, I'm not sure, well, our crime rate is down 34% in the last 4 to 5 years, Chief Harkins.
Yes, sir.
There is more emphasis on community policing. Some of these things that we've seen in towns and cities throughout our country, they don't happen here. And they don't happen here because of the relationship that our police department has with our community. How many municipalities have a substance abuse counselor in the courtroom? So when someone is jammed up on a drug charge, no, they're not going to jail. They're having a conversation with a counselor. So these are some of the things that our police department, that's supported by our administration and council, provide to our residents.
Well, I guess, well, thank you for informing me, because I wouldn't know, because I'm not involved in that.
Okay, well,
But all I'm saying is, there's got to be something. I mean, we need to see some tax decreases somewhere along the line. Do you understand our frustration?
I certainly understand. I understand. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you very much, Ms. Appling, for your time.
Sure.
Mr. DeFrancesco? Mr. DeFrancesco?
Good evening, Council. How are you tonight?
Very well.
Listen, I just got a couple quickies. The subcommittee that was appointed during the last council meeting, how many times did they meet? And were there any minutes of the meeting? Since something like this is really a hot stoker, I was wondering if there are any minutes of the meetings and how many times they met. And did they get the citizens' budget that was painfully prepared by two great guys? A good looking over to see if there was any possibilities of being able to save some more money. I know they tried to do some, but could do more. And that's all I got to say, really.
Mr. DeFrancesco, in response to your question, the subcommittee met multiple times with Mr. Curtis and together. Excuse me, but we also were able to ask any questions to Mr. Curtis anytime we wanted to. So I can say for myself, I have been in touch with Mr. Curtis, I would say almost every day since this budget was introduced. As far as minutes to the meeting, I believe we are not required to keep minutes because this is not what's the best way to, it's not an open public meeting. This was just a subcommittee meeting. Mr. DeFrancesco, can we have your address, please?
Oh, sorry, 632 Southwick Road.
Southwood Road. Okay,
632 Southwick Road.
okay, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that this whole budget thing is such a hot button. I would have thought that maybe minutes that people could actually see what you did and how you came up with the things that you did.
I can tell you that we all were given the budget ahead of time. All of us are given the opportunity to ask questions, whether it's to each other, to Mr. Curtis, or to whoever the questions pertain to. We all do it. Then Orlando assigned the subcommittee. Once that subcommittee was assigned, we met as a group. We met with Mr. Cardis. We asked questions. Again, as I said, I can't speak for everybody, but I know I've been in contact with him. It's just been about every day going line by line through the budget, asking our questions, various questions to come up with a comparable solution.
Did the citizens' budget get a real good going over by you guys?
Yes, it did.
I looked it over. I looked that budget over, and it looked to me like it was cuts just made randomly. Mr. Krug used what he calls the run rate, which I understand what the run rate is. But what he did was he looked at appropriations where we did not spend the entire amount the prior year, and that's where he decided to make his cuts. He didn't look at any of the appropriations where we were over because we had under budgeted and adjusted them up. So to me, it was one-sided. He was just looking at the run rate in terms of what was left over from the appropriation. That's not a fair assessment of the budget. And I didn't think that thing was realistically financially suitable or responsible, to be honest with you.
Well, and the only comment I'll make for that is that, a lot of those numbers that he put forth were based on historical data, and plus, in addition to that, we got to squeeze the bill. So if you say, yeah, maybe we could save another 10,000 here, but maybe we might need it. You can't do that. You got to squeeze it hard and make everybody pay a little bit less. Then I think everything works well. But I was just curious about the minutes of the meeting and just curious how you guys came up with the numbers that you did. So I thank you very much for taking the time, and I just got to say, there's a lot of people hurting, as you've heard all night. A lot of people are going to hurt a lot more. So take that with you, and have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. DeFrancisco. Mr. Martin, Rashawn Martin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good evening, sir. May I have your address,
Hi,
please?
I'm living on Hamilton Drive in Glen
Okay. Good evening.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
I want to say good evening to the council, good evening to my fellow residents here in Gloucester Township. I'm just, after hearing everyone's comments, I'm totally, in agreement with my fellow residents in terms of just being impacted, one, by, coronavirus. I speak on behalf of my wife and myself, and I'm the head of the household, and I've been impacted in terms of my employment. And, just to sustain, our budget and just the expenses that we have on a monthly basis, that in itself is a challenge. And so at this point in time, I just feel as though it's so inappropriate, and I feel as though a freeze or it should be halted. Or even this meeting, there's so many accommodations, so many different that we have received, in which we have received, relief.
Mr. Martin, I'm sorry. There are some folks on the line. I need you to mute your phone, please, and allow Mr. Martin to speak. Go ahead, sir.
I just feel as though, we received relief in so many areas where it may seem as though there was no budge that were able to be made in terms of mortgage, in terms of utilities. And I feel as though that the council can extend that as well, at this time. I did hear regarding the community budget, or the budget that was presented to the council. I think that there should be an area where more dialogue should take place between the council and those that are residents, so that we can come to a win-win agreement. I do again believe that there are areas that can receive cuts in the interest of saving the taxpayers coming out of their pocket. Regarding the subcommittee, I know it's not required to take minutes or to record minutes, but it would have definitely been beneficial to all the residents. So that would have been something that maybe not necessary, maybe not mandatory to do, but should have been done. With all this increase, I've been in my home for it will be 6 years, and have experienced a number of increases. And what it does, it makes this area, which is such a great area to raise families, it makes it an undesirable area because I would not personally recommend anyone moving this area given the high amount that we pay in taxes. And then our comparable townships and areas, they're not paying as much as we're paying, and they have good services that we see in terms of our resources and sanitation and public works and police surveillance. So I just will hope that I want my wish to be heard, which is why I took the time to stay on the line. But I'm still disheartened and feeling the notion that it's going to go on deaf ears, that the council will continue with their decision and that we're just speaking, and that I will hope will not happen. My expectations are high, but what my experience has been and what I think, here is the 2.5% increase. Well, another thing that you can explain, I'm not going to take too much more of my time. You did make mention that the 10% increase is not on the total property bill.
That's correct.
28 cents.
That's correct.
So, I'm not understanding how that, I don't really understand how that looks in terms of 10% on the 28 cents that goes to the township. Am I correct with that?
Yes, so, Mr. Martin, every dollar that you pay, there are 28 cents goes to the municipality. We have two school districts, the Black Horse Pike Regional School District and the Gloucester Township School District. So they have roughly about 54, 55 cents of every dollar. Then you pay towards the county. So the county is roughly close to 20 cents, a little bit less than that of every dollar. And then the remaining goes to the fire district. So you're in Glen Oaks, you're the Choose Fire Department. So that's how your dollar is breaking up into. So if there is again, we'll say a round figure, a 10-cent increase. So that 10 cent is on the 28 cents that you pay. So let's say your taxes are $10,000. I use a round figure. So the municipal tax that you pay is $2,800. If there's an increase, it's on the $2,800, not the $10,000. You follow me?
Yeah, I follow you.
Okay, so what you're paying for your $2,800, if that was, you had a $10,000 tax bill, that's your police, that's your public works, sanitation, brush, snow removal, leaf. So if you had branches, I know Glen Oaks tends to lose power a lot. If you had branches and trees that fell down in your area, and I was talking to a friend of mine who lives down south, where do they drag their brush? They have to put it in their vehicle and take it to a local area to dump it. Where do you put your brush if branches fall down? You put it on the curb and it's picked up. Services are provided for seniors. You talked about that you have a family. If you walk over to our park in the summer, whether there's a concert series, where there's movie nights, if your kids participate in any recreational programs, if there's preschool that's through the township, or a summer rec program, those are things that your tax dollars, that 28 cents of every dollar that you pay goes towards. If you attend our Memorial Day service, or Gloucester Township Day, or National Night Out, or the Pumpkin Festival, the Art Festival, the Food Truck Festival, Blackwood Fire Christmas Party, the Christmas tree lighting, or Trunk or Treat. And if you're in Glen Oaks, you know about Trunk or Treat with 5,000 people there. Those services, the services are provided, public works and police, to keep people safe at those events. That's what your money goes towards.
I hear that, and I attend those great events as well. But, again, to that 28 cents, one of the speakers of this evening made a point, which I pretty much agree with. We're paying Gloucester Township anyway. We're paying Camden County anyway. And then part of that 28 cents that you said is sanitation and public works. And that just seems excessive in terms of what money that's going out for that, and maybe can be minimized. And that's just, again, just a suggestion. Because if that's including our property tax, the sanitation, public works, then why are we still paying our bill of Gloucester Township anyway and Camden County anyway?
The sewer.
So maybe that's something that.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that's something that needs to be looked at. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can. So the sewer is a completely different entity and not part of the township.
Okay.
So
So that.
I don't-
Speaking to the Gloucester.
I don't control the rate. We don't control what Camden County provides as, the fee, the quarterly fee. Those are things that are separate entities that have their own governing body.
But in our property taxes, that still included public works and sanitation.
Your money goes towards, again, public works, which I indicate all the services that they provide, police, senior
Right.
services, recreation. You may not participate in all these things, but there are people that also
Well, I
receive.
do, but when I spoke down what you said, which goes down the township, so I don't want you to think that I'm not hearing you or I have not. You said police, you said sanitation, you said public works, you said recreation, and then you said other services. So,
Okay,
public works, you understand what I'm saying? So I'm hearing the division in terms of the different areas that township is allocated, that the money is allocated to township, where it goes to. And all I'm saying is just, let's just take another look in terms of just the residents, and we're speaking our hearts, we're speaking what the concern is, because as another co-resident has said, you got people moving out of this. Now, if you want a whole area full of just empty houses, then Gloucester Township can certainly go in that direction. But that's not the desired result, I believe, from the council. So let's have a win-win and hear the constituents, hear us speaking to you and not debate. It sounds like, speak for that. I'm just hoping that our words are not just tickling the ears, going in one ear, not the other, but are certainly being heard this evening, sir.
Mr. Martin, I'm hearing you, but there is only so much that we can do. And as I said, when folks spoke at our last meeting, those thoughts and comments and emails and phone calls that we received went into that subcommittee meeting. And that subcommittee reviewed it, along with recommendations that we provided. There is a cap on overtime. There is a hiring freeze. There is a talk of attrition, that, hey, if someone leaves, that doesn't automatically mean someone's going to get rehired. So those are things that discussions take place. There are decisions that are made on a daily basis by this body and by the administration, and with the intent to provide the services for all of our residents. So I hope I didn't come across as debating you, sir, but I just wanted to provide some of that information to you.
I appreciate that.
And I appreciate your comments.
That has been discussed, but thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Appreciate it. Have a great evening. Mr. Leader.
Hi, this is Dave Leader, 1105 Huntington Avenue, Glendora.
Good evening, Mr. Leader.
Good evening, council. There's several ways to budget. You can do a tops-down budget. You can do a bottoms-up budget. But when times are tough, when you're facing a crisis, whether it's fiscal or storms or viruses or pandemics, it's time to say we can't afford anymore and we have to cut. So somebody up top, perhaps the council, should say to every department, tell me what you could do to save 10% of your budget this year. I appreciate what you just said about positions not getting backfilled and no new hires. I've never heard that before. I've never read that before. So that's information that would help your residents understand that you guys are trying to tighten the belt. And finally, there's a whole slew of services, and then there's a whole bunch of land being fixed up by the township for residents' use, and that's a wonderful thing in good times. But we're not in good times. If you want to get your taxes paid, you can't raise them. You get less if you raise them than at least if you leave them the same. And finally, if you reduce the taxes, you have a much better chance of getting residents who are on the road to recovery in their jobs and in their own fiscal responsibilities to be able to pay their taxes. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and have a great evening. Thank you. Ms. Howard? Hi, Ms. Howard, may I have your address, please? Ms. Howard, are you there? Okay, Ms. Ross?
Hello? This is
Hello?
Nancy Howard.
Oh, Ms. Howard, I'm sorry. Ms. Ross, if you could hold up for, I'll come to you right after Ms. Howard. Ms. Howard, can I have your address,
Sure.
please?
2697 Garwood Road in Ariel.
Good evening, Ms. Howard.
Hi. So can you please tell me the number of properties in Gloucester Township who are delinquent in their property tax at this time?
Okay. I received a email late. Okay, this is Ms. Howard. Okay. Ms. Howard, I cannot give you that number off the top of my head. You had asked about the number of Gloucester Township properties, both residential, commercial, that are delinquent in payment of property taxes. Also,
Right, and the dollar amount. I'm
And the
wondering
dollar.
how much we're talking about.
okay. And then you asked for if they include bank-owned properties. This is information I have to gather that I do not have off the top of my head, but I can have this information for you tomorrow to your email address that you sent us. And I have your phone number as well.
Okay. And then let me ask you a question. When the budget amendment was read, there was a line that said reserve for uncollected taxes, $852,768. Is that, can you explain what that is?
Bear with me. Mr. Cardis, go ahead.
Ma'am, what that is the township is responsible to pay the counties, the county, the school districts, the fire districts, 100% of the levy. So regardless of whether we collect it all or not, we have to pay it out. And we're required to put in our budget a line item for what we're not going to collect. And because we have what's called an accelerated sale, so we have a sale within our fiscal year, our number is, I say, only 800 and some thousand. Without the accelerated sale, it would probably be $8 million.
Tom, can you explain what that accelerated sale is?
Yes, it was an option to participate in a program through the state where you would have your tax sale within the fiscal year that you're in, so that you could collect more money and approach closer to 100% of collections. And it was done because of the growing amount of money in the reserve for uncollected taxes.
Sure. So if the reserve for the county and the fire districts and so on is 852,000, then the amount, the delinquent amount must be well over $1 million, correct?
If you're asking me what the delinquent taxes are based on the May quarter that just finished up, I couldn't tell you that unless I had the tax collector do an analysis of that. But I will tell you, we are responsible to pay the counties and the schools and the fire districts, no matter whether we collect the money or not.
Right. So my point is, as everyone has said, this is a time for serious discussion. If you don't have the money, you just can't spend it. And there might be some wonderful programs the township has, but unfortunately, they may have to be postponed, suspended, whatever the case may be. And as far as increasing revenues, it can't just be from the taxes for the people who are paying their taxes. I believe what you're saying is you are aggressive in trying to do something about the people whose property taxes are in arrears, but that has to be a major source to me. That's a lot of money that could be coming in and would make a tax increase for everybody else unnecessary. But you that are trying to be good and do everything that they're supposed to be doing cannot take on the burden of those who are not meeting their obligations.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Ms. Howard, before you go, something that was also discussed that I had asked, and I spoke to the business administrator, and I also forwarded to the subcommittee, is that when I was talking to Mr. Martin regarding our special events in town, and I was taking them off. A lot of these events, for example, Gloucester Township Day or the Pumpkin Festival or Blackwood Fire Christmas Parade, just to name 3. Those are things that are put on by nonprofit organizations. So the fire department, Gloucester Township Scholarship Day, which gives $50,000 away to high school seniors, and then the Pumpkin Festival, which is main stage for Center of the Arts, that provides services to our our students and children in art that's located in downtown Blackwood. So how we support those events is through police and public works. A discussion took place and continues to take place about our participation in all of these events. So Gloucester Township Day, we traditionally have fireworks that are provided. The township incurs that cost for Gloucester Township Day. All of the revenue that goes from Gloucester Township Day goes to the scholarship committee, which does a wonderful thing and provides scholarships to our students, but we incur the cost for public works and public safety. So there are conversations that are taking place, hard conversations that we have to have going forward, that perhaps some of these things may not take place this year. And, we may have to skip it. And
I understand, they're good intentions, they're wonderful for the community, but families are having these exact same conversations. There are a lot of things that
I
families
agree.
like to do and should be able to do, but they can't right now, as so many people have said. So unfortunately, the township has to take a look, not permanently disbanding, but these are things we have to save some money. And it's like you said, police, the cleanup afterwards, these are things that the township is taking on that maybe we just can't right now.
I agree, Ms. Howard. Thank you very much for your
Thank you
comments.
so much.
Thank you. And I will provide that email with that information to you tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ross, April Ross?
Yes.
May I have your address,
Hi, good
please?
evening.
Good evening.
19 Hidden Drive, Blackwood.
Good evening. How can we help you?
Good evening. I was just calling to voice my concerns just as many as before me have. And, so we are heard that it definitely is, these are extraordinary times. Everyone is suffering. I feel as if, I'm a single mom, homeowner here, and we all have our own budgets. I'm a healthcare worker. I'm not getting a raise, and I'm facing COVID every day. So,
Ms. Ross?
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, I think we have someone. Can everyone please mute their phone? Ms. Ross would like to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ross. I'm sorry about the interruption.
That's okay, no problem. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please continue.
Okay. So, it was nice for me to hear your replies to everyone, and I as well love this town. I think it's a great town. I think everyone works together and takes care of everyone. But like you said, the few people who are getting raises this year that expect them, everyone is under the, guys, this is a public health emergency. This is a pandemic. Can't people realize that there's just not going to be raises for anyone? Because I feel like all the businesses are struggling. We may lose so many businesses in our town, and if the taxes are raised, that's just the last nail in the coffin. They're going to close. I know few new business owners, restaurant owners, and they say they're just not going to make it. And if taxes are raised, we're going to have all these empty businesses. What will happen to our town? Plus, as homeowners, like you said, people are not going to be able to make repairs on their homes because they're trying to pay their taxes just to keep their homes. Our town is going to be in horrible disarray. So if there's anything you can do, it sounds like you've been working very hard to try to curb the costs and expenses, but please try to think of all the citizens. I mean, even politically, like they're not going to want to vote Democrat again if the taxes are raised. And I'm like just the average person who I heard it's 10% increase, and you were saying for our personal tax bill isn't 10%. What is the actual percentage that we will all be paying in our personal tax bills?
Mr. Cardis?
So there are 6 fire districts in Gloucester Township. And I'm going to give you the amount of the increase based on the average assessed value of $188,000.
So she's in Hidden Mills, so she's the Blackwood Fire District.
Okay, so let me go down them and I'll hit each one. So at $188,000, District 1 would have an increased rate of $137 on an annual basis. District 2 would be $139 on an annual basis. District 3 would be $133 on an annual basis. District 4 would be $152 on an annual basis.
Paul, and Ms. Ross, that's your district. You're the Blackwood Fire District because you're in Hidden Mills. So that's on a home
Okay.
that's assessed at $188,000.
Yeah, that's the highest fire district tax in the town. District 5 would be $139 on the year, and District 6 would be $127 on an annual basis.
You're saying that's for fire?
Does the municipal.
That's the municipal increase with the budget that we're talking about today. The difference, the reason there's different rates is because different fire districts have different taxes. The higher one being Blackwood, the lower one, I believe, is Glendora.
April, if I may call you April, we have 6 fire districts. We have 6 fire districts in town. So we have Glendora, Choose, Ariel, Lambs Terrace, Blenheim, and I'm forgetting Blackwood. So according to where you live, there is a different tax rate for you. So that factors into, it's minimal, but that's part of your tax bill.
Okay, I understand that. So we're hearing that our taxes as a whole are going up 10%, but that is, everyone's tax bill is being raised 10%, you know, with the slight differences that you were just mentioning, but earlier you said it's not really 10%.
It is not, so if your tax bill, all right, so you're hitting, let's say your tax bill, I keep using $10,000. If your tax bill is $10,000, 28 cents of every dollar goes towards the municipality. So you're responsible for $2,800 that goes to the town. Of that $2,800, if it's a 10-cent increase, 10%, it's $200. It would be $280.
Okay.
So the increase,
Understand.
unfortunately,
That would be a high tax.
yeah, that'd be a high tax. But unfortunately, there's some folks that lead you to believe that it's 10% on top of your tax bill, the entire tax bill. And it's not. It's on the Gloucester Township side. So the school district, the 2 school districts, Blackwood Pike, they had minus 2 cents. Gloucester Township School District was a 0. The county was a 0. And ours right now, the proposed is a 9.7, 9.8.
Okay, thank you for explaining that to me.
Okay.
And also, as Ms. Howard, the citizen before me was mentioning, maybe this year we do need to cut a lot of things. And I feel like due to COVID, a lot of things are not going to be able to happen anyway. So hopefully we can reinvest that money back into the community and save money that way as well. I'm sure you probably thought of that.
Yeah, but
A lot of things already haven't happened.
yeah, there's been some postponements and cancellation of things that we normally do.
Okay, and I also consider I come from Berlin Borough, and they had to cancel a lot of their things over the years as well. And what they ended up doing was starting a celebration committee where people just raise private funds to try to fund some of these special activities. So maybe that's something that also the town could take up to help cut costs.
That's a wonderful idea. Ms. Ross, can we count on you to volunteer for that?
Absolutely. I see small children, and we love all these activities.
Okay. I have your address.
People in Berlin, we should really come together for that.
Yes.
And it made a huge difference, and they put on a lot of different events, all, you know, they raise money privately for it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Ross, for that suggestion. We'll reach out to you.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Take care. Mr. Harding, please. Mr. Harding? Okay. Miss Arnold, Barbara Arnold?
Yes, hello, good evening.
Hello, Miss Arnold.
Yes.
May I
My
have your address,
address
please?
is 161 Lacoste Drive.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I've been on the phone since 7:30 and I've been listening to what everybody has to say. And I've been listening to what all my fellow township people have to say. And I agree with them 100%. And I have a question for council. Now that you've heard everything that we have to say, do you go behind closed doors and make some sort of decision, or have you already decided that the taxes are going to be increased?
We don't go behind closed doors with any of our decisions. There is an amendment, there's an amendment to the budget. The introduced budget was a 10.8 cent increase, it was reduced to a 9.8 cent increase. It was sent
I
to.
was told by some people that it already shows up on our tax bill that the increase has already been approved.
Okay, no, so Mr. Cards, can you explain the tax bill?
So what you're probably referring to is that the estimated bill appeared on the website under the WIP system. And those numbers have been wiped out. The reason that we came back and null and voided the first amendment was because it gave just one rate. It didn't take account of the 6 fire districts. So it really wasn't fair because it was taxing the same assessed value at the same rate in different districts. So what we did was we separated the 6 districts and came up with different rates for each district. That's what we're going to use for the estimated bill, and that way it's more equitably spread out.
So, in other words, the increase is going to take effect.
There is going to be estimated bill sent out. And that's probably what you were referring to if someone told you that the rates are already out and you can see what your property taxes are for the August quarter.
Right. I just have to let you know that I've lived in Gloucester Township for 24 years, and I've watched my taxes go up almost every single year. And I think that during this particular time, it really is disheartening to think that you could not come up with a better budget when so many people have suffered during this pandemic. And I really don't think it's fair that we should pay for salary increases. And when I look at the budget, I know that council is not getting a salary increase, but I did see that the mayor is getting a salary increase. And I don't know if that's something that I feel that my taxes should be paying for it.
Ms. Arnold, that is incorrect. The mayor has been in office since 2010 and has never taken a pay increase. He's at $52,000 even.
Excuse me?
The mayor has never taken an increase since he's been elected. He's been in office since 2010. There is no increase for the mayor.
There's no increase for the mayor. The budget that I looked at saw that there was an increase for the mayor.
No.
Maybe I looked at the wrong line. I'm sorry.
There is no increase. If it says the mayor's office with salaries and wages, there would be, he has a chief of staff and he has another individual that supports him in the office.
Okay, so am I allowed to ask the question what the mayor makes?
$52,000 a year.
No, 52,000. Okay, so I just want to thank you for letting me speak and to tell you that I agree with what all the other people were saying, and I really don't feel that this tax increase for this particular year is necessary.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold. Have a great evening.
My husband had put his name in, but it was, I think you wrote down or the wrong name. His name was Earl Arnold. I think you put it.
Oh, I said Earl Harding. I'm sorry. Mr. Arnold, we'll speak to Mr. Arnold then as well.
Okay.
Okay, we've been waiting all night to address you guys, and thank you so much. But I looked up online that the mayor makes like $189,000 a year, and he makes like $40,000 a year with Comcast. I couldn't find out who else he works for. I heard he doesn't work for them, but he has some county jobs other than that he gets paid for.
Okay.
So for him to have an increase, it doesn't really matter that much. But do you hear me?
Yes. So Mr. Arnold, the salary that the mayor receives here from the township of Gloucester is $52,000. What he makes outside of this, I'm not concerned with it, and we're not responsible for it. But he makes $52,000 as the mayor of this township.
And that's something I got like $189,000. Okay, so I'm not going to press on that, but I just want to say that the one thing that in the opening statement, somebody said that it was, God is watching out for us, and I hope He's watching David Mayer and his gang. I'm a songwriter. I'm going to write a song about this. I love this kind of stuff. It's very very intriguing to me that this stuff is going on. It's like the pandemic and everything else that's going on, and everybody's feeling so bad and dying, and somebody says, hey, let's raise our pay. So I've waited a long time, and I'm glad I got to say what I wanted to say. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold, for hanging in there. Thank you for your comments.
Take
Okay,
care.
take care. Have a great evening. Mr. Sweet.
I'm here.
Your address, please.
Yes, 18 Elizabeth Place, Ariel, New Jersey. Mr. Mercado, you had stated that 28% of the taxes, or every dollar that we spend in taxes, goes to the municipality.
28
Well aware of
cents on
that.
every dollar, yes.
28 cents, so 28% of every dollar.
Yes.
The other entities managed to not raise their budgets this year. So I think you using that, well, 28% of it, I think council should really look at not raising the budget. The other entities did it. In fact, even the Black Horse Pike Regional District lowered their taxes this year. So why can't we, during a pandemic, do that? All right, that's my first question. Second question is, possibly a statement, is 2 years ago, Frank Radish came to council and asked this very same question about all those festivals, all those rights, the Pumpkin Festival, the Trunk and Treat, and council, for lack of a better word, ridiculed him and said they don't cost that much. Yes, the township pays for them, but they only pay a small portion because they're put on by private industries. And now we're being told that you guys are paying more than that. I don't think you can have it both ways.
Okay, Mr. Sweet, let me address your first question. As you well know, that every year expenses go up. There's public services that continue to increase. The costs continue to rise with inflation. And
What's inflation?
Excuse me, who's shouting out?
What's the inflation rate over the last decade?
Who is speaking? Okay, I'm not going to recognize that name. They don't provide their name. I'm speaking to Mr. Sweet. So we have contractual agreements that we must honor. You know that very well, Mr. Sweet. Okay, so we have salaries that are set. We have post-retirement benefits that are mandated by the state. There are things that we cannot control. There's a certain portion of that budget that when it comes to us, there's not much movement that we can do with it. We've addressed certain things. I thank you for putting forward your budget. I think there are some things in there that, quite frankly, if you're not in this building on a daily basis, I'm not sure that you can make some of the inferences or suggestions that you made. But thank you very much for that.
Well, I would
Second,
love,
may I finish?
If I may interrupt.
I'm speaking.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet, I will let you have time. I'm finishing. Second, in response to your question, Mr. Radish. Mr. Radish was not ridiculed by me, and I'm the one that normally speaks at these particular meetings. I informed Mr. Radish that these events are put on by community groups. We support those community groups. These are signature events of our township that I'm sure many people on this line or viewing us have attended, including yourself. So these are events that make part of our town. But in these hard times, we need to take a look at the services that we provide. Do we continue to provide it? Do we continue to support these different things? As I stated earlier, I took a look. My concern was with overtime. My concern was with hiring freezes. My concern was with attrition. Those are things that I'm concerned about going forward and in this particular budget. So Mr. Radish was not laughed upon or admonished. I just provided you the background to that. Because Mr. Radish talked about the high cost of tickets at the Gloucester Township Day, the amusement park. And I stated, Mr. Radish, that is not set by the Gloucester Township Scholarship Committee or set by Gloucester Township. That is set by the vendor. And there are vendors that pay to provide services that particular day.
Well, we have a different recollection of that because he also asked about the cost of the township. And you had stated that the township's cost is minimal.
I did not say it's
provide
minimal.
certain services.
I did not say it's minimal.
I'm sure we can find the video on that.
Oh, I'm sure you will.
Moving along, I'd like to, you stated there that without me being in that building, on a daily basis, that there are things I'm not privy to. But we asked to be part of the subcommittee, to sit in on the subcommittee meeting. We were denied. So therefore, then we would have had privy to those discussions.
Sam, can I address that? Sam, can I address that?
Can I finish my, because
Okay, go ahead.
okay, and then I'll let you speak. With that being denied, I would like to poll the subcommittee and find out what exact questions that they asked. What did they exactly look at? Because there are certain items that don't make sense on here. And certain of the items that Mr. Curtis presented in the amended budget are exactly the items that the citizens budget presents, that Mr. Carter said we were irresponsible in preparing.
No, I did not
So
say.
if we're irresponsible, I would have liked the opportunity to sit down with either Mr. Carter or the subcommittee, and I'm sure other citizens would have liked that, to sit down and go over the budget. Because in this day and age, does council really think, with the pandemic going on, raising taxes is a good thing?
I don't believe it's ever a good time to raise taxes, but I have a certain responsibility to the residents of this township. I unfortunately can't sit back and take pot shots and ridicule or make comments about the competence of our business administrator. I can't sit down behind the keyboard and talk about all the things you want to talk about, okay? I have to make decisions every day, and this council has to do that every day. Let me address your subcommittee question, Mr. Sweet. For those who are unfamiliar with Mr. Sweet in the past has volunteered to be on the subcommittee, and that didn't work out well. The previous 2 times he'd asked to be on subcommittees. I have a hard time wanting to work with someone, okay, who is constantly making derogatory comments about my colleagues and myself. Do you understand why I wouldn't want to work with you, Mr. Sweet?
You gonna answer his questions, or are you just gonna admonish him? It's a waste of time.
Okay, sir, whoever's speaking there, okay, you're out. Mr. Sweet, I answered your question.
Okay, actually, you didn't, Mr. Mercado.
Okay, I did. Okay.
First, you stated that I'm taking pot shots behind a keyboard. I've been at mostly every council meeting, and I do not take pot shots. I call it as I see it. One of the items that Mr. Curtis changes is the FICA tax.
Yes. So there was an error.
$100,000. That is a major error. That is an exact calculation. Number one. Number two, he states purposely that we just raised things. If he actually looked at it, we lowered some of the items based on COVID, such as the municipal pool, such as rent fees, because of COVID, because of that. But yet he makes this sweeping statement that we were irresponsible. What's irresponsible is that the pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes, and an exact number comes from your tax assessor, Chuck Palumbo. We have the schedule. He knows that exact number, and that's $584,000 that was not accounted for as revenue. That is irresponsible. And as far as the other 2 times subcommittees, they didn't work out because you guys decided to go behind my back and have meetings without me because you guys don't want to work with the residents.
No, that's incorrect.
That is correct.
I'm sorry.
That is correct.
I'm going to let Ms. Trotto, who was the chair of that subcommittee, give the background, and then unfortunately your time's up. We have to move to our next speaker. Ms. Trotto?
If I could,
You
I
let
was
other
part of
speakers
that
speak longer than 5
subcommittee.
minutes, Mr. Mercado.
Mr. Sweet, if I can set the record straight, I was part of that subcommittee that was set up the other year with you and another gentleman about the GT, the property tax relief. And we started those meetings, and because you did not get the answers you wanted in the timely fashion that you wanted, you and this other person reached out to the company and misrepresented yourselves as council people for our township.
That is not true,
I
Ms. Strato,
took
and you know
the
that.
heat.
Proof, show
Sam,
the email.
Sam,
Show
I
the email.
took the heat from that company when they came back and asked who these council people were. And I told them.
That is a lie,
you
Ms.
were
Strato.
not. It is not,
Show the
Sam.
email.
Sam, it is not a lie. And you
There's
know
a-
it.
Then prove the email. Show the email where the person said that.
Well, Mr. Sweet, the individual that you had worked with on this, who was also in that subcommittee, was going to provide proof to us that he did not do that, and I'm still waiting. It's 2 years later. But thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Mr. Heimball.
Mr. Mercado, wait a minute, Mr. Mercado, you allowed other people to speak for more than 5 minutes. Why am I not allowed that?
If we have more time, sir, we'll come back to you. Mr. Heimball?
Okay.
Mr. Heimball?
Yes, thank you. Caesar Heimball, Morningstar Court, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Heimball.
As you could. So the $450,000 budget amendments that were made at the beginning of this meeting, I followed those.
I'm sorry.
I followed those very closely.
Pete, hold on for 1 second. Can I have folks mute their phone, please? Mr. Heimball is trying to speak. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, thank you. I followed along item for item on the $450,000 amendment that was made. And that was quite seamless. It was a couple error corrections, a couple strokes of the pen to the surplus account. And it was very painless. It was very painless $450,000. So I would like to go through that exercise once, twice, 3 times more. If once was painless, 2 might be a little pain, 3 times might be medium pain, and go through it again a 4th time might be painful, but it's better than a 10% tax increase. So all we did was easy, seamless amendments to the budget so far, and I think we need to go through it again. And if it's a little more painful the 2nd and 3rd time around, I think we should do that.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Heimball? Mr. Heimball?
No, sir, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Crew?
Good evening, President Mercado. Good evening, council. Good evening, fellow citizens. Just to address a couple of things I've heard many citizens remark that they feel as though or know as though their taxes have gone up over the last so many years. The take-home tax bill to Gloucester Township citizens has gone up 40+% over the last decade. Since the increase in 2010, 40+%. Now, Mr. Mercado will argue the pie, which includes the school districts, but of course, council does ultimately approve school district budget and could work with the school district
Mr. Crew?
on cutting those budgets.
Mr. Crew?
And
Mr. Crew?
this year
Mr.
is
Crew?
a 10% increase
Mr. Crew?
on the municipal budget,
Mr. Crew?
which
Mr.
many,
Crew? Mr. Crew?
yes, sir.
Okay, we're not going to do this again. I'm going to give you your time when you ask a question, you make a statement. But you made a statement that's incorrect. And you have done this before when we go on to these virtual meetings where you disregard when I'm asking you a question and you continue to speak. We're not going to do that tonight. So, you made a statement regarding that we ultimately decide the school budget. We do not ultimately decide the school budget. It does not come to council. We do not approve the school budget.
You do not oversee and approve the school budget.
No, we do not. It's a separate entity.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
40+% over the last 10 years now it's a separate entity, but take home to the Gloucester Township citizen, 40+% is how much your bill has gone up. So that feeling is real. And the feeling is about to hit you again with a 10% increase from municipal taxes. To Mr. Arnold, I think you were speaking about the mayor's office, not the mayor. The mayor's office has seen a 30% increase in salary and wages since 2015, a 5.2% increase between 2019 and 2020. In 2015, the budget was $133,470. This year's appropriation is $192,850. You will see that time and time again throughout the salary and wages. The beautiful thing about the citizens budget that was put forth by Keith Heinball and Sam Sweet is that salary and wages and police personnel, equipment and supplies were not touched from the budget perspective, and they were able to drop appropriations for this upcoming year from 10.5 to 3.8. So I have to agree with Keith Heinball that we pulled the Band-Aid off a little bit, but there's still quite a long way to go. I did have a question to Ms. Trotto. I was hoping to understand why the public was denied the ability to attend the subcommittee meetings.
I'll defer that to Mr. Carlmer. He can explain yet again why it was not open to the public.
When the question came up, I'm sure you recall, I gave an opinion during my portion of the meeting, and I gave a caution to the subcommittee, which is 3 members of council, that they should not entertain opening up the meeting to the public. Because when do you draw the line and say, Mr. Heinball, you can come, and Mr. Sweet, you can come, but that'll be too many people after that. Who are you going to discriminate and say, if you don't come to a subcommittee meeting? By statute, a subcommittee meeting, which is only 3 members of council, is a committee for the purpose of fact finding, gives them flexibility of time and the ability to meet instead of a regimented public advertisement. If you're going to open up to the public, then you have to advertise to the public to have every public person that's interested in attending.
Thank you.
Okay, just to comment back, I suppose the council workshop for this month was canceled, so the public didn't have an opportunity to review or take a look at up until supposedly 3 o'clock this afternoon, the amendment. I don't know if I'm just missing it. I'm pretty familiar with Gloucester.com, but I still don't see the amended budget online to be able to take a look over. Final question. Ms. Stubbs, you had commented on May 27th that you did not want to see a tax increase, and that's not why you are here. Will you be voting no this evening then to the 9.75% tax increase?
Mr. President,
Which many throughout the township have said, are struggling with economic hardship and the critical pandemic.
Mr. President, I think it's inappropriate to have anybody vote or cast a vote before all the citizens have their say.
I agree.
I agree.
If that's something Ms. Stubbs wants to answer now, she can. If she wants to discuss her vote after she votes, she may, or before she votes.
I will not discuss it at this time. I will discuss with Mr. Cruz, while there were several members of council.
Hold on, bear with me.
Hold on a second.
Bear with us.
Go ahead.
I won't make any comment at this time until it is time to vote. I appreciate Mr. Cruz being especially interested in my vote and my thoughts, as well as, other members of council too. So, Mr. Cruz, I appreciate you being concerned about my thoughts and my vote. Thank you.
subcommittee?
I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Okay, that's after having said that you do not want to see a tax increase at the May 27th meeting, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Krug. Mr. Polidoro.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Polidoro, the historic Gloucester area.
Good evening, Ray.
I will try and be brief. I hope that your answers are concise and I can keep this brief. You discussed that you had contracts that were finally satisfied later in 2019. Within now, the period of now and the next budget, you will be contemplating how many more public contracts are coming due.
5 more, Mr. Polidoro.
Okay, now in these contracts, I certainly understand that there are negotiations, and of course you want to see all of your public employees to get a fair wage and make sure that they're compensated for what they do, because we do have a good town.
Thank you.
Who sits in on these negotiations? Because quite frankly, as the stewards of our tax dollars, all of you, it would be a great benefit to us if possibly those who negotiate on our behalf find a way to amicably come up with a decision that maybe could lessen the burden on the people and still satisfy the public employees. There's got to be a way, as the salaries keep going up, there's got to be a plateau where maybe the employees may say at some point, and I'm not including police, I'm just talking public employees in general, where maybe 3% is not a good idea at this time. Who is it that sits on that negotiation with our contracts?
Part of that negotiation team is the mayor, the township business administrator, we have the labor attorney, and then the bargaining, the unit that we're dealing with, their representatives. Anyone else? And human resources.
Okay, so theoretically, dividing our two governments, it's the administration that does so, and it just has to meet the approval of council, correct?
We approve the agreement, yes.
Okay, so, I guess, and I'm going to emphasize for those that don't think this is very long, every time you raise property taxes on our seniors are required to pay that amount. So as their taxes go up, the burden on our seniors goes up. And again, it is that they must wait until the state reimburses them the difference from the freeze point to what you've increased. Would you again agree with that?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm gonna try and put this. I'm hearing somebody that.
And everyone mute their phones and we allow Mr. Polidoro to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so, and I don't mean this in a political fashion, it's kind of a joke, it's not the least bit funny, but if we're going through this roller coaster again, 2014 you whacked us, 2016 you whacked us, 2018 you whacked us, and this year again you're whacking us again. Could we lay off the mayor and our business administrator every even number of year, because they seem to do a good job on the odd number of years, but they don't do as good a job on the even number of years. We see zeros on the odd number of years, and I'm seriously not being political about that. Just take the years in general and see how well they do the job on those odd number of years, and why it's always close to double digits in those years. What is the difference that you can do it on the odd number of years? I'm asking in all sincerity, how is it that you can do it on those years that you can't in even number of years?
Mr. Carnes, you want to take a stab at that?
We
create a budget based on our needs for the public safety and welfare and health of the township. We use the revenues that are available to us, and we put a budget together. That's basically what we did. And unfortunately, you have to raise taxes every once in a while. I would like to ask you a question over about the contract. You spoke about the contract, and it seems that you're insinuating that it was poorly negotiated, poorly settled. Is that what you're saying about the patrol contract that was settled in December?
No, every once in a while, you have a great misinterpretation of a lot of it, I say.
Were you
going in, let me set the record straight for you.
Please.
I am asking of those that are negotiating on an hourly cap, could you do a better job? That is what I said, that's specifically what I said. And I'm asking you to be mindful of that.
And I'm
Do a better job.
telling you that I believe it was a fair settlement, and I believe we both walked away from that table, and it was justly settled. And I take exception with you, insinuating that we did a poor job negotiating the contract. And that's why that's the way I take it.
Only those sitting at the table know what kind of job you did with the contract. If both parties walk away happy and the taxpayers are happy, then it's a win-win-win. My interpretation of what goes on is, could you do a better job? And that's the question we're asking. And it is the meaning of the administration. And I'm not quite sure what you mean when you say we. If you're talking about the budget is one thing, the negotiations another, it would be a good idea to see if you could throw out maybe some sacrifice that some could make, and maybe not take a 3% this year. It's a simple question of doing a better job.
It was 2.5.
I never knock.
It was 2.5 cents. It was 2.5%, not 3. You keep throwing 3 of them.
Okay. I'm using that as an example. So if it was 2.5%, could they sacrifice that? I mean, I don't remember how many freezes were made. This would have been a real good period of time if contracts were due right now to at least discuss that. And that was pretty much it. The next statement I would like to make, if I may, and it's just to address Vice President of Council, Tracy Trotto. I was the other person that she was referring to. When we invited the gentleman down to the Shopton City proposal, there was no misrepresentation, and you know that to be a fact. For this reason, when Carmine came down here, you, 7 people, and the lawyer and the accountant were sitting up there, and forgive me for this terminology, were sitting up there. We were sitting in the audience with Carmine. There was no misrepresentation other than the fact that we asked the gentleman to come down, present to our government, in his words, what the plan is. It would be the best way for you to judge that based on what he's saying, rather than looking at the models of Voorhees and looking at the models of Washington Township. Whether it worked out or not, I understand if it wasn't going to go. Please don't misrepresent what we did and why we did it, and we never did, never would misrepresent ourselves.
But Ray, I asked you this question. I don't want to beat this dead horse, but I asked you this question when this was first brought to us. Well, why would Mr. DeFalco tell us this? Someone's telling me a story, whether it was you and Mr. Sweet or Mr. DeFalco, but someone was not telling the truth to Mrs. Trotter. And I don't know why.
I'll respond to that. The plain and simple fact was, when he came into the building, we were in the chairs, the residents.
No, I'm talking after that first meeting, Ray. I'm talking after that. Because there was a subcommittee meeting, and Mr. DeFalco had indicated he was upset that 2 individuals misrepresented themselves, said they were contacting him on behalf of the township. And if you remember clearly, when I sat down at when we talked about placing you on the subcommittee, you and Mr. Sweet, I said, we're going to work together. We're going to work together. And then the next thing we hear, you misrepresented yourself. Why would Mr. DeFalco say that? What does he have to gain from that?
Well, I'm hearing what you that horse money issue is not nearly as important as what you.
I agree. And I'm still looking forward to that evidence you're going to provide me regarding that. It's been 2 years later. So when you have that, provide that to me.
We're not gonna prove it all yet.
Okay.
I just asked council to vote on this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Polidoro. Is there anyone on the line that has not spoken that would like to speak?
Yes.
Your name, please.
My name is Josh Davidson, I'm coaching Mayflower Drive, Centerville, New Jersey.
Mr. Davidson, how? Good evening.
Good evening, how are you guys doing?
Very well. How are you?
I'm okay. I've been in and out of this, I got the dad interview, so I want to talk certain portions of the conversation over the past couple hours here. But I was actually just made to hear about a significant budget increase and tax increase, even if it is only for 20% of the total tax burden that we have. But I'd like to call out one simply to blame on inflation. Again, sorry if it's hurt everybody's feelings or feeling a spurs or cash, but inflation over the past year has been 1.5%. That's not an argument. Okay. Specific to bids and contracts and things that meet that nature, I've spent a lot of time, many years dealing with federal contracts, state, local contracts, and I'm concerned about the bid process and the line open, line bid openings. Like, why don't we have that as that advertised to the public, or if we don't use that system our process, why wouldn't we just get best price? Let's see here, I wrote a bunch of stuff down, trying to figure out change right here. I also believe that it's still a little hostile, between the council and people asking questions, because it's our job essentially to hold you accountable, and I feel like there's a lot of aggression coming from one side. I'm kind of taken back by that.
Okay, Mr. Davidson, can I address that? No, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson, I'm going to give you plenty of, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson.
Okay.
This is the first time you've called and the first time you've attended our meeting. So I'm going to give you, I'm going to extend your time. It's not a problem. But that last comment that you made, okay, so let's be clear. There are people on this phone who you're concerned about the dialogue between us, that they don't share the same philosophical ideas that I may have. Okay, that their purpose is to disparage anything that this body does and to be critical of anything that this body does. That's their job. That's their role, and I understand that. So I understand that you probably are coming in and out because you're doing the dad thing, and some of these conversations that are taking place. But some of these individuals, that is their job to cast aspersions upon myself and my colleagues and anything that this administration does. So I want to be clear about that. Time is yours. Go ahead.
All right, I'll come back to that. But it's also become clear to me that the vast majority of people on this phone call and are very much directly opposed any type of increase. And if you're going to speak to the people, I think you should listen to and you should vote the way that you're talking about. Because you are representatives. And you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do what's the right time. I'm a financial planner, built up for us, what I do. So every day, I work watch out for my clients, money and investments. And very important to me, near and dear to my heart, and I want to do the same with my money. So, specific to what you just addressed, I understand in that history, and I understand that politics can be divisive. And I also understand that there might be personal relationship or animus. Be that a fact or not. There's still, a way to handle yourself with a certain amount of perspective, which is important, even if you feel like you're being disrespected. And maybe, again, I have been to, meetings before. This is my first time calling in. But I always speak when I really feel like I have something to say.
taking responsibility for your actions. And that, to me, seems like an inflection, much like the way you guys are reflecting inflation or I just feel like there's a lot of ways in this budget. And I don't feel, I don't do it back, it's how I feel, I don't do it one day, I don't do it fast. But, you know, I don't see a lot of accountability here, and I don't see a lot of, tension with us. So I want you, take this wherever, I don't really have any answer to add on, something off my head, but do you have answers to any of these questions? What are you doing inflation? And it's really not for the argument.
Mr. Cardis?
So I will tell you some of the things that are problematic with this budget. So last year we had capital surplus of $350,000 as a revenue. We do not have that this year. We had the sale of land for $100,000. We do not have that this year. Our health insurance is up $438,735. Our police budget is up $458,000. I'm rounding now. Street salaries and wages was up $104,000. Parks and grounds salaries and wages was up $273,900. We did cut that. I'm hoping that we can stay within that amount, which would now be $173,900. Landfill fees went up $100,000. Accumulated absence for retirees, that's their entitlement of vacation and sick when they leave, went up $82,500. Between pension and FICA, up $355,167. Anything down is the capital improvement fund, where we had last year $335,000, and we cut that down to $200,000 this year. And then debt service, because we permanently financed several notes last year in a total amount of $34 million, went up $1,887,824. So that's a little over $4 million in problems, revenue and expenses.
Debt finance, that's the way your account of debt finance is an issue. I'd like to talk to somebody about that and specificity, and this might not be that, that's the platform to do that, but, I'm kind of shocked with how you guys are managing debt. So, things are responsible to there as well. But
In particular, how so?
Well,
How so? Please.
I'd like to talk to somebody specifically about it, because I'm going to put people to sleep.
Well, no, very simply, what we do is we have a capital budget annually. It's in the neighborhood of somewhere between 5 and 6. All right, can I finish, please? So then we also do bond anticipation notes, which you should know are at a very good rate. And we generally renew those for a period of time. There comes a point in time where you need to permanently finance those bond anticipation notes. And that time was last year. That's what we did. We got a very good rate. But because we wrapped it all up, as you may know also, with the bond anticipation note, you can get away with not paying principal, just paying the interest on it and rolling it over. So when you permanently finance, that you have to make principal payments. And that's exactly what happened here. We did it exactly when we needed to do it. Our financial advisors advised us of it. Our bond counsel advised us of it. And that's what we did. And so that went up $1.8 million.
Again, I would love to have a private conversation or a one-on-one or maybe if in the bond document. But again, why would Mr. Mercado use the argument of inflation for the overall budget increase from that perspective? I was going to simplify it, go back to get that 10%.
Health insurance, rising costs. Maybe I defined inflation incorrectly. Well, thank you for the comments. Mr. Davidson, is there anything else?
No, I'll just urge you guys to vote no. Everybody that I listened to on this call, and again, I've been on survey 60-70% and actually not to. And we're all in financial fix right now, and I think we need to work on having better planning and tightening the budget up and cutting where we have to, because sometimes you have to do a few things that you don't just this way and have more help. So I'm going to encourage you guys all vote no and just need to listen to the constituents that you're representing.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that has not spoken yet?
This is Amber McWigan. I spoke earlier in the other season, but based on what I've heard, I have a follow-up question. I don't know if I'm.
Yes, Ms. McWiggins. Yes, Ms. McWiggins, how are you again?
Yes, I'm doing all right. My address is 6 Beautiful Lane in Blackwood. And I guess I will just be frank that, this is my, first meeting. I grew up in Gloucester Township, and we moved back 3 years ago, and I'm raising small children here. I did not join this call to talk about taxes. I joined the call to talk about policing. But the two seem to be related, based on what I've heard. I do want to mention, as a parent of young children, that a lot of the things that have been mentioned so far about cutting Gloucester Township Day and scholarships, and these are things that make it a nice place to live in Gloucester Township for families. And in terms of the overall budget, they're really insignificant in my perspective. But I feel like what I have heard since I've been listening for the past few hours, one of the earlier callers mentioned that 26% roundabout of the overall budget in Gloucester Township is spent on policing. And I understand that the budget amendment that you did cut a total of $450,000. So going back to the resolution that I commented on earlier, the actual specifics in there were that Gloucester Township is receiving a grant for $90,000 and contributing an extra $428,000 for a total of $519,000, so over $500,000. And that was going to, quote, partially cover the salaries of 4 police officers who are actually, it seems from the way it read, already on the force. So I don't want anybody to misunderstand me. I believe that we should pay police officers well because we want to attract officers who are dedicated and talented. That being said, I don't believe that police salaries in particular should be considered sacrosanct and off limits in terms of citizen oversight. I mean, there are other public servants who put their lives on the line, EMTs, firefighters, social workers, prison guards, soldiers that have been into war, who don't make nearly those kind of salaries. So my two questions are, I guess 3 questions. One, what is the salary range for police officers in Gloucester Township, including overtime? Was that amount increased this year? And will there be citizen involvement next time there is a new police contract?
I do not have the salary range in front of me. Police officers, the second part you asked about, including what that range would be, including overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is something that I can provide to you via email. Our contracts are online, Mr. Cardis. They're located where on the website? Under downloads, Ms. McWiggins. The contracts are on our township's website under downloads.
On the township website, is that like one of the squares that they download?
Yep. Yes, and downloads. And your last part, will citizens be part of the negotiations?
But my question was, did the police contract include increases in salaries for this year? That has come up multiple times.
2.5%. There's an increase.
Okay, go ahead. And then the third question was, will there be citizen oversight of the contract process for next year?
No. That's not part of, I don't think that's something. Okay, Mr. Cardis had indicated that may be considered an unfair labor practice.
Are we talking for all unions?
I believe so, but I can follow up on that with you, okay?
Okay, I'm particularly interested in the case of the teachers union as well.
Yeah, teachers are, I work for a school district, and citizens are not included in any of the negotiations.
Okay.
the participation of the citizens when it comes to, board meeting, school board meeting, or the here in council. If a contract needs to be ratified, they can comment on that, contract. That's the,
What time of year does it happen for the police department?
that's the extent of the participation. What time, it depends on when the contract, expires, and when they negotiate a contract to set forth to be ratified by council. Last year's contract, or the previous contract was delayed by, was that 3 years?
Well,
No, it was delayed.
The one that was just settled is a 3-year contract.
No, but how long, it expired, it was over
Probably took almost 2 years.
almost 2 years before it was, settled.
Okay. Okay, and then, my last question, so again, in that resolution that I referenced earlier, which is on the agenda for tonight, the actual line item for the $428,000 that's going to be spent by Gloucester Township is listed as fringe benefits. Can somebody explain what that means?
These monies that are listed are already in the budget and would have been in the budget regardless of the 90,000. 90,000 has been received, I think, for over 20 years. It's just this year they're asking for additional information. It was money that still would have been in there regardless of whether we took the 90,000 or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the budget that has yet to speak? Your name, please. Good evening, Miss O'Donnell. Okay. Miss O'Donnell? Miss O'Donnell? Miss O'Donnell, no one touched the phone. Miss O'Donnell, no. Exactly, Miss O'Donnell, and those people can tell you no one touched the phone. No one decreased the volume. I can hear you loud and clear, Miss O'Donnell. There we go, Miss O'Donnell. I touched the phone.
Appreciate it. I want that on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else that has not spoken that would like to speak on the budget?
They probably work for anyone else.
Hold on.
Seriously, or someone else.
Is there anyone else? Excuse me? Who was the last person? Miss Coyne? You're up, Miss Coyne. Have your address, please.
1062 Laney Road.
Good evening, Miss Coyne.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Pretty good. I have a question, and listening to this conversation tonight, I heard that pilot payments were not included in revenue. Is that a true statement?
Mr. Cardis?
Right now, there's, I believe, 2.5 million in abatements that are eligible to be included, and we are including 2.1. And that is with the full knowledge that 2 million of that is going away next year. So that's going to be a huge loss in revenue.
Okay, not sure that answers my question. I think what I understood was said was that pilot payments that were made, which is a set figure that the tax assessor is aware of and is expecting to come in during the year, that figure was not included in the revenue in the budget. That's the way I understood it.
And I just said that. I said the 2.5 million is anticipated to be received. Of that, we initially budgeted 2 million of it, and now we increased it to 2.1. So yes, we are not wiping it clean because we are cognizant of the fact that we're going to lose 2 million next year and we need to replace revenues.
understanding how that works. I mean, if you're supposed to get X number of dollars, $100 as income into a budget, why would you only include 75?
If you don't always wipe everything clean, you have to have something going into surplus for the following year. Why? Because you have.
No, Ms. Coyne is speaking.
Okay, so has this same thing happened in previous years where the money that's received by the township and pilot payments is not, the total amount is not included in revenue and budget?
I would have to look at that.
That's a recurring thing, it's happened in previous years as well?
It may have happened, I believe it has, but we haven't anticipated the full amount.
Okay, I'm not an accountant, but that doesn't make any sense to me, so whatever. And the second, it's not really a quick question, I guess it's more of a statement. I've also heard over and over again tonight that, residents have been misled by certain individuals about the 10% tax increase. And, I just wanna let everybody who's listening and everybody on council know that everything I read, that Gloucester Township increased their taxes by 10%, and that it was a municipal tax increase. Granted, a lot of people don't understand that, but that doesn't mean that they were misled. So I'd just like to put that out there.
Ms. Coyne, does anyone explain their tax bill the way that it explained today?
That doesn't mean that somebody was misled.
Okay.
Somebody misunderstands.
But sometimes, Ms. Coyne,
Misunderstanding and being misled are two very different things.
But did anybody set them straight?
did anybody correct someone? No.
How does anybody know that they're not understanding it correctly?
You just said that. If you're reading that and you feel that people are misunderstanding it,
Or intentionally misleading other residents by saying that the tax increase was a 10% overall tax increase. I never saw that.
you just said you did. Okay, if you heard it, then set the record straight.
Tax increase or a municipal tax increase. Granted, a lot of people misunderstand that, but I didn't see anybody coming back and saying, is that 10% of our overall tax? If something had said that, I'm sure somebody would have corrected them.
Well, then I think you need to reach out to the residents that you're referring to, because when it's brought to our attention, I think President Mercado does an excellent job at explaining how the taxes work.
He does an excellent job of explaining it, and people need to understand it. But to assume that other residents are intentionally misleading people, I think is a misstatement.
Ms. Coyne,
People do misunderstand.
okay.
To me, that other residents are misleading them.
Ms. Coyne, there are some folks that don't want us to succeed, that they kind of revel in the fact that this is happening. So we're just going to leave it at that and agree to disagree. But thank you very much for calling in. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that has not spoken yet?
This is Michael Cheswick.
Hello, Mr. Cheswick.
Good evening. My address is 152 St. Lawrence Drive in Centerville. I'd like to say that I've been listening to the commentary most of the evening here. I think it's laudable that the council is trying to protect, maintain service to the township residents. But I kind of think you're walking on water. It's going to be a very difficult thing to do given the economic climate we're experiencing right now. I suspect that a lot of people won't, in addition to not being able to pay their taxes, they won't be able to pay their mortgages. And the banks will take the property, and after a period of time, the banks will sell the property, and the township will get back taxes. It's going to take a while. It'll take sometimes as much as 5 years. The property next to my house is on the market for a very long time. When it eventually sold, it was for a penny. So I'm thinking that you're not going to get the tax revenue that you expected or hoped for, and that you're going to be forced to make cuts. And it's going to be a painful thing to cut some of these services. You'll have to decide at that time
Thank you, Mr. Chazak. Have a good evening. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak that has not spoken yet? Okay, so we have Mr. Sweet, Mr. Polidoro, and who else would like to speak again? Excuse me? Mr. Davis. Excuse me, who's the last person? Ms. Ruggieri. So Mr. Sweet, Mr. Polidoro, Mr. Davidson, and Ms. Ruggieri.
And Dr. Appling has a question.
And Ms. Appling.
And Ms. Dyro?
And Ms. Dyro? Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those 6 names will be our last speakers on the public hearing. I have to run to the restroom. I'm sorry. Strato, can you take over for a second?
Sure. I have to go for a long time.
Barry, I'm sorry, his handwriting.
Mr. Sweet.
Go ahead, Mr. Sweet.
Yes, Mr. Card has stated that we're not allowing or we're not recognizing the entire pilot program because we actually have to stage some because we're losing $2 million for next year, which we have to obviously make up. Where's the sale of the Nike base? That was last year that the budget had to be reworked last year because the Nike base wasn't sold. Is that in this year's budget?
No, it has not closed yet. It has not closed. I know Ken Lechner.
When will it close?
Ken Lechner is reviewing their homeowners association agreement. I don't know when it will close. I'm hopeful that it will close before the end of this year, but you cannot anticipate it in the budget because the state will not allow you with a agreement of sale. And that's happened to us before, as you're aware. They told us we got to take it out of the budget.
I'm aware of that, but if you're hoping that it closes, I understand that you can't put it in the budget. But if it does close, there's $1 million of your $2 million, which then means you could actually maybe recognize the $484,000 that you're short.
No, I disagree with you. You're going to be short in other areas also. I'm concerned about fund balance. We finished a $63.8 million budget in 2019 with only $190,000 left over. That's where a lot of the surplus comes from. So that money's not going to be there. So we're going to have a problem with surplus. There are going to be other problems.
And the township is also, correct me if I'm wrong here, is sitting on a lot of land that the township actually owns.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Maybe not sitting on. The township owns a lot of, the township itself owns a lot of land in the township that could be available for sale.
We had a land sale in 2019, correct, Mr. Coleman? Where we sold properties that were either foreclosed or that we had available. I don't know what property you're referring to. The only other property is, no, the only other property would be the Nike base on Cross Keys Road. That's the only one I can think of. I think there's a car wash right now that's going in there, and possibly a townhouse development. Don't quote me on that.
Still negotiating.
It's in negotiations, but no, I don't know what land you're referring to.
I just was asking a general question. I wasn't referring to any direct land. I just thought that township had land for sale.
No, other than the two that I just mentioned, no.
But the Nike base for sale was $1 million, correct?
Correct.
And is that still what's on the table?
That's correct.
Okay. Mrs. Trotter, I would like the email that Carmine DeFalco sent you. If you could prove that, it could be greatly appreciated.
It was not an email, it was a phone conversation. And that was stated back when this all went on, 2018.
And then, my last question is, again, I'm gonna ask, and it was never asked the first time, does the budget subcommittee and council really think that raising taxes 9.5% is prudent in this pandemic that we're having, after hearing everybody's testimony. I'd like to hear from council.
Well, from a subcommittee, from my opinion, no, it's a difficult decision and one that we did not take lightly. As I mentioned earlier, I have been reviewing and asking questions every day since this was given to us. And I know that many of my colleagues have been doing the same thing. So no, we don't take it lightly. It is not what we do, but we have to make those hard decisions, and not everybody is going to agree with us, but we feel that we're doing, or I feel that my decision is based off the best interest of the township and to continue the services and things that we are able to provide to our citizens.
Are you speaking for everyone on council, or?
I'm speaking for myself.
Does anyone want to comment, or they want to reserve their comments for when they vote? They plan to reserve their comments at that time, Mr. Sweet. Is there anything else, Mr. Sweet?
Why wasn't I allowed to speak more than 5 minutes the first time when other people were?
Mr. Sweet, you spoke during the first public portion. You spoke 10 minutes at the first time you spoke, and now you're speaking again. We've heard from you several times. You've emailed, you've communicated with us, you provide your citizens' budget. I get printouts of your postings online that people provide me. So you've had an ample time to communicate your thoughts and ideas, and I appreciate you providing that. I'm not picking on you, Mr. Sweet. We've heard from you on many occasions. There are people on this line that have never called in, have never come to a council meeting, that would like to express their thoughts and concerns. And I think that we should be cognizant of that and allow people opportunity to speak as well, other folks.
Does he need more time right now, Mr. Mercado? I want to make sure that he gets his views fully vetted.
You need more time, Mr. Sweet, but please be aware, there are 5 other people that would like to speak.
Understand that. One last thing, that original list of names that she put on a piece of paper, I'd like a copy of that, where you wrote down the names of everybody who'd like to speak, and in the order, I would like a copy of that.
Oh, there's no order. The names were just taken down, sir. And just as I do at a public meeting here, when someone raises their hand, I select them. Sam, I'll send you.
Well, I'd still like a copy of that paper, that is a public document.
Not a problem. Well, you know what, there's information on here that, well, I have no problem providing that to you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
Thank
have.
you.
Anything else to say?
Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Sweet? Or are you going to save that for the second public portion?
No, I'm with the first public, or with this public hearing, I've said my piece.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Polidoro.
Thank you again, Councilor.
Again, before you speak, Mr. Polidoro, I want you to be cognizant, we have 4 other individuals that would like to speak as well, before we close the public hearing. Thank you.
The state aid that we normally get, is that anticipated or is that guaranteed for this budget?
Mr. Carnes, anticipated.
It's anticipated, and that was the direction that the Division of Local Government Services gave us.
When will that be guaranteed to our township?
When we receive it.
Okay. Is there a chance that we may not receive the full amount that we normally get?
There's a chance of anything.
Now, if the state should decide not to give us the amount of state aid that they normally have, or none, will that change the budget for the rest of the year and add to the increase?
I don't know.
How would you
I don't know.
make that up if you don't raise taxes?
I think Dan is saying is gonna be the case. If they decide that they're gonna hold the state aid, they're gonna, approve and recommend issuing bonds, permanently financing that money that they're taking away. And that's virtually what every town will have to do in the state.
Excuse me, can someone please mute their phone? There's some comments in the background. Mr. Polidoro? Please continue.
Yeah, that was just my question. If for some reason we don't get that full, allotment from the state, we'll either have to borrow, or raise taxes. I just, I'll let Mr. Carter, I don't want to misinterpret something that he said, but I would like to give him a chance to clarify something. It's something that I read in the Civil Song, it was a quote of his, and again, wishing to give him the opportunity to, rectify or explain it if he wishes to. In commenting about the private budget that was sent to the township and things that were put in there and not put in there. He had to comment at the end that didn't make a lot of sense. It said, plus they were maximizing revenue, which is not true. Is there something that I'm reading about that needs clarification that it doesn't sound like?
No, I think my example of the tax abatements is exactly what I'm referring to. I know already that we're not going to have $2 million next year. So the prudent thing is to not take every cent that we have, because we're not gonna have it. And that's gonna hurt that budget.
Because when you look at it in general sense, if you're not maximizing revenue, that's not true. That's counterproductive to what most people are asking. All right, I promise I'd be short. I would like to see how people speak. Everyone have a good night. Thank you for answering the questions and taking care of all the people who wanted to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Polidoro. Mr. Davidson?
Hey, okay. So, I have, 3 quick follow-up questions and a statement. So I'm just gonna, run through this real quick and you guys answer it. First and foremost, is there a line item budget that I can look at with, checks paid in now, including salaries in terms of this exact breakdown down to the nitty-gritty? Because I'd like to see that if you have it. 2, what cuts have you made at all? Because I don't see any cuts coming out. And I this is, but I'd like to know if you guys have actually worked on tightening your belt on. And then specific to the questions that were asked about David Mayor's salary. It was reiterated over and over again, Mr. Mayor is not taking an increase in salary. It's $52,000 a year. Now you guys know the budget much better than most of the populace, right? And automatically, people in line assume that it's for his office and that there were obviously increases, and it's nice politically to say that the mayor has to take an increase in his salary. So if people are questioning you guys to say, oh, the mayor's taking no increase, when they say, well, I'm seeing this online, you guys don't actively correctly say you're very responsible. Oh, no, you're probably referring to the office and the staff. People are making a living, there might be cost of living increases for salary, but don't do a political point when it's just be truthful, be forthright with, hey, actually increasing budget for your overall for the staff budget, because I feel like you misled people when they ask that question. And then lastly, again, with calling it on Florida volume and all that, by the way, I was on the call prior, and there was an issue with volume. Maybe just be nice. I'm expecting you guys to be nice, even if there is animosity. Be nice and professional. And I don't think because there's political opposition, or there's people who disagree with you, people are hoping for you to fail. It's that everyone here, right now, wants success, wants fiscal accountability, wants things to be good. And I don't think anybody appreciates saying we're hoping for people to fail. I would really like for you guys to do extremely well. And I'd like for nobody to have an argument against you at all. But if you have political opponents, you still got to assume that they want to do the best for the township. And I don't think anybody wants anybody here to fail. And I think everybody would attest to that, yourselves included. So I'd like you to keep that apart. Because, if I had my daughter, my 11-year-old daughter listening to this meeting, I would be embarrassed. Okay, so that's just my opinion. Be kind, go
line items, Mr. Cardis, with,
I tried to understand that question. I could not understand this question.
I would like a line item, the budget, line item by line item, salary by salary. We just take what I would have a reckoning of every dollar sent in and out. And, if I can over it, I will. But, this will, I would also like to know the contract negotiations. And I like that, I like that. I'm getting more interested in my local government and I like to see what the actual budget line item by line item. Money in, money out, just have to be balanced check with that all.
What would that be considered a retail ledger? I'm not sure.
I like that.
I think he needs to, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Davidson, I'm listening to you, and you added some things this time around that you didn't add in your last request when you were discussing point number one. My suggestion is that you correspond, that you write, Mr. Cardis an email and specifically ask him, rather than doing it verbally in this forum.
I'll be happy to do that.
Yeah.
I just did your email online.
yes.
Okay, great. I'll be happy to do that.
Great. He had 2 other points though.
The mayor's salary. That was, Mr. Davidson, perhaps you were in and out of the call at that time, because I did correct that caller who stated that the mayor's salary was $189,000. I indicated that he makes $52,000, has not taken an increase since he took office in 2010, and that is perhaps his staff, which it is. So there was no misleading there. There was not. There was not, and I corrected that. Thank you. Your second question, I can't read my writing here, so I'm sorry. Line item.
What did you try and cut?
Okay. So, on the cuts, that was also addressed earlier in the meeting. Let me grab my notes here. If anyone wants to help me. The FICA for $100,000. Salary and wages for recreation, $100,000. The tax abatement,
Parks and Rec.
$100,000. Excuse me?
Parks and Rec maintenance salary wages.
Yeah, we got that. So that's $300,000 surplus, $100,000, and then $50,000 on the interest on investments. In addition to that, a cap, I've asked for a cap on overtime, a freeze on hiring, and to also look at attrition. So when we have individuals that retire or leave the township, that we don't automatically fill that position, but justify filling that position, rather than just say automatically we hire Mr. Smith to fill this position. So those are the things that we took a look at, sir. Or that we cut, excuse me. Is there anything else, Mr. Davidson? We have a couple other speakers.
I appreciate it, it's just, my thing, that's what I would like for you guys to just reflect on that.
Thank you. Ms. Ruggieri? Ms. Ruggieri, you still there? We lost Ms. Ruggieri.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry about that.
So I just, wanted to be better than the last time I was in front of the council. So just a couple of things, like I still do, believe that there, needs to be a second look at the budget and, for example, your fees and what you're paying other providers, like for example, for your health insurance, looking at the 12.5% health insurance increase, that's above trend. So I'm not sure what the fees are being paid to the broker consultant. But I just know that all of those fees are negotiable. So I was just going to take a look at that. Other things like street cleaning, like we really need the street cleaning, but relating to the benefits, I did notice that you guys are paying out, and maybe part of your union contract, approximately $4,000 for employees that waive the health insurance. Since there's a cost associated with the health insurance, my guess is you could probably reduce that down to a minimum of $1,000 without really seeing any change in what those enrollments are. So, I think if the effects need to be looked at, I think that, maybe you can change your pay schedule from, bi-weekly to bi-monthly, or reducing street cleaning, reduce the street cleaning, packages. I would also want to revisit the this time on sheet 4, allowing us, but I'm not sure of the details of that, but allowing that time to just carry over year, remains a big line item on your budget. So I would just say, again, we're in the, one of the largest world pandemics, that many people have been faced with, and our concern is when this increase goes through, what is the township going to do for the majority of the residents who have been impacted by this and they can't afford their taxes? So extraordinary times calls for looking at things and doing things a little bit differently. So I'd be happy to come and look at your compensation on your broker fees to see if that can be negotiated. But there are a lot of things that other vendors are providing that I believe that in these times the township may want to look to reduce what those fees are. And if they don't want to reduce them, then you can look for other vendors. So that's just my closing. I don't think that we should vote on this again tonight. I think that there's some other things that we can look at to get this down. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. I forgot that's your background in human resources, correct?
That's 12 and a half.
Yeah.
Health insurance increase.
No, but that's your no, I'm sorry. That's your background. Yes. Okay. Nice to hear from you. I hope all is well.
Yeah, so I'd be happy to come and look at your claims, do an analysis of it, but that should be a single digit. You're coming in about trend, and there must be a reason. And I would look at those waiver programs. We don't see employers even offering them. Even unions, I work with a lot of unions, they're no longer doing that. So happy to provide some specific recommendations.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ms. Appling.
Yes, I have a question about, where I live at. So I'm in a trailer housing development, which is considered Clemington. So what fire district am I in, and how much extra taxes am I gonna pay, for the year?
You are in the Blackwood Fire District, which is District 4. And as Mr. Carr indicated, that has the highest tax rate, District 4, the Blackwood Fire Company. Mr. Carr,
I would need to know her assessment.
okay. Ms. Appling, is it possible that you could reach out to myself and Mr. Carr via email, and we could provide that information to you tomorrow morning?
Well, she gives you a market value of her property right now. We can guesstimate what the increase in if I have the value. Ms. Appleton, what is the estimated market value of your property?
Only a little over 100,000.
So you're looking at probably a $5.50 per month increase in your property taxes.
Okay. And why is my area the highest?
Well, that's a fire district question. You would have to weigh in at that level.
I can barely hear you.
I apologize, Ms. Appling, but that is a separate governmental entity. You would really, they meet the fourth Wednesday of each month. They have their own budget. So you probably would want to talk to them.
Okay, I can barely hear you. So
I apologize.
you meet how often?
The fourth Wednesday of every month.
Fourth Wednesday of every month. That's the fire department?
Yes.
That's the Fire District, Fire District 4, and they meet on Central Avenue in downtown Blackwood. But bear with us for a second. Our Township Business Administrator is calculating what your increase may be.
Your assessed value is $105,900. I just looked it up. And you're in District what again? 4. So the increase in 4 is basically 8.1 cents. So it'd be $85.05 for the year. How much is that per month?
$7.
$7. That's close. Said 5, 7. Said 5.50. Okay, ma'am?
Okay,
All right, thank you, Ms. Appling.
thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
And our last speaker for this hearing is Ms. Dyro.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Good evening once again.
Good evening once again.
Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem, no problem. I was just going to reiterate my earlier point about the, proposal of defunding and eventually dismantling of the police. As I had referenced earlier, policing, including dispatch, 911, police department salaries, wages, and other expenses, accounts for $73,755,814. And, I know earlier you guys brought up the amended total general revenues, that was $67,176,117.22. So that accounts for, police services, the total again accounts for 26% of the total proposed budget. And again, I said that I'm speaking on behalf of defunding the police. So as you know, we have the events that have unfolded over the death of George Floyd as for national outrage, and rightfully so. But I'm just here to speak on behalf of, honestly, well, I'm not sure if you know, but as of yesterday, a couple days ago, the Minneapolis City Council announced that they were going to be disbanding of the police department and doing that imminently. So I just want to say that what it needs to do is not increase law enforcement or any law enforcement for that matter. What it needs to do is follow action by Minneapolis City Council for defunding and dismantling of law enforcement and redistributing the funds that they would receive towards various communities like ethics. The heightened awareness of policing of terrorism-related violent institutions is not a problem of individual police departments or few officers. It is a problem for the entire system. When the businesses at fault don't be performed, that will still give the system distribution. We need complete and total abolishment. So like I said, that number of $17,755,814, that's extremely striking. I've been looking, the entirety of this call, from hearing the concerns about the, proposed tax increase, that's definitely starting as well. And one of the ways that very easily that, could definitely be amended and resolved is defunding of the police department. I lived in Gloucester Township for about 16 years. I'm an 18-year-old kid, and I can honestly say that, before the past week, I haven't really been involved in Gloucester Township as much as I should have, but events like these just constantly need to, be aware of what's going on and truly understand what's happening and where this money's going for. And when a couple of days ago, I looked up the budget and I found these numbers, and I'm surprised. It's very surprising that we take this month, whereas senior citizens are not even getting $100,000 for the services programs. Recreation services program is getting about $737,400. Public health services for $18,125 million. This is very starting to see all these numbers. Like I said again, I agree, but all of the other townships that need to vote in their opinions about how calling it is that this tax increase is going to happen, and one of the ways very easily that could be resolved is defunding the police. Simple. Like I said before, the event that went down in Minneapolis is not a singular event. It's not an event by one person. It's not the cause of or the result of that officers. It is systemic. These issues are by design. Need to happen. We can't solve it by one. We see, body cameras, diversity quotas, community policing, all these things. They don't dismantle the problem. They don't dismantle the problem because they're not designed to do it. The only way to do that is fund it to eventually dismantle it.
Ms. Dyro,
I know.
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I just wanted to comment on that. May I?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for your comments. And I'm aware of what municipalities or what, Minneapolis, I'm not sure of any others that have done it. We have witnessed without question unacceptable bigotry and lack of education around the violence and killing and racism against African Americans. We can agree upon that. And I think that we can continue that. We can agree that we need to continue the dialogue. And that I think that we can agree upon that we have to have the courage to stand up against unjust and unfair treatment of African Americans, and we need to stand for social justice and side with equality and diversity, and we have to speak and stand up together. One of the reasons that people enjoy living in our township is that they feel safe here. That's not a situation and the same feeling that everyone receives in their community. And if I'm wrong, folks on the line, tell me I'm wrong. But that is the feeling that I feel with my family. And I feel that we provided our police department with the tools to provide a safe community for our residents, for all of our residents. And if we come, okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Dyer, I just want to finish and then, but that we provide them those tools. And if there's times that we come up short, or if we need to do a little bit more or much more, then tell us. But we have to continue to dialogue and continue to talk and have uncomfortable conversations about things that people don't want to talk about. So I do appreciate your comments. I do appreciate the comments on the budget. At this time, defunding our police department is not something personally I would want to do. But I thank you for your comments. Thank you, Ms. Dyer. And that concludes our public hearing on the budget. We have resolution, bear with me for a second.
122.
122. I entertain a motion to adopt the budget that was amended today, that dropped the introduced budget from a 10.8 to a 9.8, with the following taken out in the amendment, the previous budget, $452,000. I entertain a motion.
I'm gonna make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchison.
I'll second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Owens. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Hutchison?
As I make this vote, I'd like to point out that, Ray, I consider you a friend if you're still on the line. Your taxes are going to go up approximately $7 per month as a result of this budget. Mr. Krug, yours are over $10 per month. Sam, $12 a month. Pete, $15 a month. And I believe Denise Coyne, yours are going to be about $11 a month more.
Excuse me, I can barely hear you. Can you speak into the microphone or something?
Yes, we will. Bear with me. Bear with us.
Ms. Apple, is that Ms. Apple?
That was Apple.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Okay, so first I'd like to say, and Ray, if you didn't hear me say it already, I consider you a friend. And I listed that your taxes as a result of this budget are going to go up approximately $7 a month. And then I indicated a couple other people who spoke on the phone. Mr. Krug, $10, maybe $11 a month. Sam, $12 a month. Pete, $15 a month. And I think, well, I'm not so sure about the other individual, but I know these amounts are going to be difficult for each one of you to pay. My taxes are going to go up too. I told, Ray, I'm a bankruptcy attorney, and I regularly tell people that, you got to call your mortgage company. You got to tell them COVID-19 has affected you.
People are not making their mortgage payments right now. I get it. I wonder how the heck the federal government is going to deal with this situation. You know, they don't have to worry about balancing a budget. They can just spend into oblivion, keep borrowing, which is what this country is doing right now. So you're not going to feel the pain that right now with regard to what the federal government is doing. You're gonna feel that $7, right? I know that right now, and that bothers me. But we don't have the luxury of just simply borrowing our way out of this. The state of New Jersey is $10 billion in the hole. How do you think they're gonna get out of it? They're gonna borrow. We can't do that. For those of you who would like to defund the police department, this now is the third rail of conversations. You don't touch it or you're gonna get burned. Well, I got news for you. If there's a shooting in my town and I defund the police department, who's gonna help me? If I'm attacked, who's gonna help me? If I get in a car accident, who's gonna help me? Do I rely on my ability just to get to the hospital? I don't see it. And Mr. Davidson, with regard to your toning down the political rhetoric, I read an article last night, and it referenced, I believe it, I don't know if it was Colin Powell or former Secretary of Defense Mattis. One of them was saying, all we're getting out of the White House right now is divisiveness. That's what's happening. What you heard tonight is really not divisive. I mean, I think Mr. Mercado did a great job. I guess if you're watching it for the first time, it appears that he may be defensive. But you have to remember, we do this 3 Mondays a month. And these same individuals, some of which, again, are my friends, Ray, comes up. He does it with tact and class. Not everybody does. And if you listen to the conversation between Ray Polidoro and Council President today, it was very cordial. But then if you listen to Mr. Krug and his dialogue and his condescending attitude towards Mr. Mercado, maybe you can understand it a little bit better. He's not a punching bag. He's a human being, and he's constantly abused by some of the individuals on the phone. Lack of respect. Now, could you imagine our president dealing with this type of behavior? I venture to say it would be far different and far more hostile. Thank you. I vote yes.
Mr. Owens?
Excuse me, how long was speaking? It's hard to tell from the video.
That was Dan Hutchinson.
That was Mr. Hutchinson.
So I came to the meeting tonight not knowing what direction I was going to vote. I wanted to hear from residents, but likewise, I wanted to hear from the administration, from our business administrator. A lot of information tonight. Throughout the meeting, I also found some other comments from folks that had positive issues about the township. Some folks talking about the positive work and the great work that Public Works has been doing. That they're the unsung heroes of the town. That they're always doing a beautiful job. That they clean up the brush from the storm immediately. Here's someone that said they were anxious, frustrated because after 3 days the other side of the street had power, but he didn't. Later on, a group of 8 Public Works folks showed up with a fleet of trucks. They were the best. They didn't understand how bad the storm was, but our guys, our men and women from Public Works, were out there in full force with the police department supporting them to make sure they were being safe and keeping the residents safe as well. I heard a lot of misinformation being corrected by our township administrator and by President Mercado. Reviewing the budget, having a lot of my questions answered, going through the citizens budget as well, and raising some of those concerns on how that was put together versus the difficult choices that the administration here had to make in a very, very difficult year. None of us take this lightly. All of us are hurting. All of us have family and friends that are hurting from this. But based on all the information that I hear tonight, based on all the research that I've done, based on the hours and hours of combing through this budget, I vote yes.
Mrs. Stubbs?
Mrs. Stubbs?
Can you hear me now? You're fuzzy. I'm sorry if I'm loud. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am voting no. I'm voting no.
Okay.
Mrs. Winters?
Michelle, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna bring you over to Orlando.
Okay.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Mrs. Winters.
After listening to everything that was said this evening by residents and council people, the business administrator, and everyone who spoke, it is an extremely difficult decision. I spent lots of time reviewing the budget, speaking to other council members, on the phone with Mr. Cardis, in person with Mr. Cardis. Lots and lots of time going through this whole thing. And you asked me this afternoon, which way I was voting. I don't know that I could have given you a straight answer, but after hearing all of this and reviewing the numbers and looking at everything again, my vote is yes.
Mr. Mignon?
These are stressful times and unfortunately difficult decisions need to be made. I do not like to see the taxes go up. I know some may take this the wrong way and may even laugh at it, but I need to make sure that this township continues to thrive and survive. You get what you spend for it and pay for it. And although the police department is a lot of the budget, they are the greatest and do a great job with our own GT community. I vote yes.
Bear with us. Bear with
Mrs.
us.
Estrada? Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mignon?
Mr. Mignon votes yes.
Mrs. Estrada?
I vote yes.
Mr. Mercado?
I want to thank everyone who provided comments, who emailed. I tried my best to get back to folks, and there's some folks I still need to email back. I want to thank the residents for showing an interest in their community. It is never a good time to raise taxes. We are saddled with a fiduciary responsibility for all the residents of Gloucester Township. I have been on council since 2004. This is the 16th budget that I have worked on and reviewed. And even in the dark times of a recession, where we had 2007, a 10-cent increase, 2008, a 12-cent increase, 2009, a 22-cent increase, 2010, a 26-cent increase. And in times when we had a zero increase, I voted yes every time. And the reason I voted yes every time is we still need to continue to provide services for our residents. It is painful. It's not something I take lightly. But unfortunately, again, I said that at our last meeting, I can't operate in the gray. I have to operate in black and white. And unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of sitting back and making a comment here or thinking I know more than the folks that are here or our township administrator who deal with this on a daily basis. Again, thank you for your comments. They were heard. I do hear you. But I am voting yes. Next is our GTE Gov access email. I'm sorry, we have one more resolution. There's a resolution 123. Let me explain this. This is a walk-on. This is a resolution of Township Council, Township of Gloucester, to temporarily suspend zoning regulations that will prohibit outdoor dining at township restaurants and the expansion of the premises for all retail liquor consumption licenses to permit outdoor service of alcohol beverages in conjunction with the service of food. Governor Murphy signed Executive Order 150 allowing outdoor dining
at food or beverage establishments in New Jersey. So what this resolution is doing is suspending zoning regulations that will prohibit outdoor dining at township restaurants, and expansion of premises for all retail liquor consumption. So your local restaurant will have the opportunity to have outdoor dining commencing June 15th. I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, roll call, please. I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun, Claire.
Mr. Hutchison?
Yes.
Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mrs. Stubbs?
Yes.
Mrs. Winters?
Yes.
Mr. Mignon?
Yes.
Mrs. Trotta?
Yes.
Mr. Mercado?
Yes. Next is our eGov access emails. These are emails that come in during the course of the week, and I'm going to read them verbatim and answer them as much as I can. The first email is from Bob Alvarez from 42 Meadowwick Drive. Good evening, Council. If a budget amendment to freeze the 2020 budget at last year's level isn't in the cards, please postpone the budget vote. There must be a way to reduce and dial back the $1.2 million increase. Businesses have asked for 20% salary reductions. Employees have accepted it willingly because we are in this together. Others are laid off, furloughed, waiting for a recall for 3 months. Gloucester Township residents are imploring you to set aside the wish list and concentrate on the needs. Renegotiate every contract, commitment, and promise. Do the right thing. Sincerely, Bob Alvarez. Our next email, Ms. Howard from 2697 Garwood Road. Ms. Howard addressed this earlier in the meeting, and those questions I will reply back to regarding residential properties that are delinquent in their property taxes. Next is Alice Harvey from the Linksat Valley Books, 2 Greens Way. It has been reported that according to Senator Madden's office, there is a 2% cap on property tax increases. Any increase higher than that will need to be balloted or voted on by the homeowners. Can you please comment on this in relation to the proposed property tax increase? Also, what were the findings of the council subcommittee that reviewed the proposed budget and related tax increase? I'll start with your last question, Ms. Harvey. The subcommittee met with the business administrator, and they were able to carve out a 1 cent decrease in the proposed budget. So roughly $452,000 was taken out of the budget. That dropped it under double digits to a 9.8. Mr. Cardis, can you explain the 2% cap?
Yes, we were within the tax cap, levy cap is a calculated figure. It's done through the guidance of the Division of Local Government Services of the state. And there are exemptions under the tax levy cap, for example, debt service. So when we calculated the increase that we're at right now, we were still below the 2% tax levy cap.
Thank you. Our next email is from Gary Sampson from 6 Juniper Lane. I understand there is talk of spending money on a broken window initiative. I and my wife are firmly against this for reasons too long to elaborate in an email. I have lived in Blackwood since 1983, and all my children do too. None of us feel more police presence is needed or required. Thank you. Our next email is from Robert and Jane Wright from 17 Leanne Drive. During these trying times for so many, please consider this when preparing this budget. Please don't make this so difficult for people to live in this township. Also, can you please consider giving seniors a break on the school tax? Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Jade and Bob Wright. Unfortunately, council does not have the authority to give seniors a break on the school tax. It's a separate entity. The 2 school districts that we have, the Blackwood Pike Regional School District and the Gloucester Township Public School District. Our next email from Christina Harrick from 5 Eagle Place, Blackwood, New Jersey. Could you please advise the proposed zoning and plans for the property on the Black Horse Pike, the old New Deal lumber, and Big Apple Pizza? With the potential tax increase and a property owner in Liberty Park, I am attempting to assess the impact on my home's value. Thank you for your time and consideration. Are you aware of the, no, okay, I just know who's at construction. Okay. Ms. Harris, I have your email. Say hello to Chase for me. I coached him in T-ball. So I'll give you a call, Ms. Harris. Mary Condon from 52 Augusta Lane. We have been assured by the Governor Murphy and Senator Madden's offices that the 2% cap on raising real estate taxes is in effect. In light of the current health and economic crises, there should not be any increase in our already out of control property taxes. Does the budget you're voting on reflect a no increase or max increase in our real estate taxes? This tax increase is within the 2% tax levy cap, as Mr. Cars had explained about the 2% cap. This next email is from R. Jean Muehlhauser from 30 Leanne Drive. Good evening, Council. I'm very concerned about the high percentage tax increase that's being proposed and voted on this evening. I am a member of your senior citizen community who's on a fixed income, and I'm finding it very difficult to keep up with these increases. Isn't there some way for you to lower the percentage on us or exempt us from paying the school tax increase as our children are grown adults? I would think that you would find some way to help us so we can continue to live in Gloucester Township without being house poor. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Jean Muehlhauser. With the school tax, we do not have the authority to exempt individuals from paying the school tax. The next email is from Jason Mento at 1 Stonecrop Court. My question is, do you hear us? I am writing you this email in concern for the upcoming vote on tax increases in Gloucester Township. You are not listening to the average family trying to make it through these hard times. You need to hear how we are struggling. How are we supposed to pay for a 10% tax increase right now? How do you expect anyone to be laid off to pay any of their taxes, let alone an additional 10%, when there are no jobs because of COVID? Taking COVID out of the equation, you raised our taxes over 65% since 2010. What does the average citizen gain from that increase? We love raising our kids in the township and realize that providing services for our kids takes money, but how much money? Why are other towns able to more than meet their obligations to the taxpayer without continually raising taxes? Unfortunately, we will have to start looking at moving out of Gloucester Township. The point is, we don't want to move. We want council to be fiscally responsible, just as we are expected to be. You were elected to serve the interests of the people of Gloucester Township, not some political boss. The people of this county have been victims of Norcross hold for far too long. I do have faith that it's not too late to turn things around. In the meantime, we are struggling with the fact that we may need to walk away from the place we raised our family and hope to stay and create more memories. But the tax burden is too high and not sustainable for us and many others. The average family is just trying to get back on their feet after this virus and should not have to feel like we are constantly struggling. Why are you kicking us when we're down? Mr. Mento, it is not the intent of this council to kick you or your family down. The 10%, it's a 9.8 increase. That is on the portion that you pay for your municipal taxes, not on your overall tax bill. There are challenges that we face as a township as well that we need to continue to fund to keep our township moving forward and operating. Again, an example this past week with our storm that occurred in town. These are the things that your taxes pay for. And when there's a quick response to a storm, or there's police presence, or your trash is being picked up, your brush is being pulled away and hauled away, those are the things that your taxes pay for.
in your response to a political boss. If you had heard me earlier in my comments, I've been on council for 16 years. And I've served under 3 mayors, 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. And I've always voted for a budget, despite who was in office as the mayor. Also, in addition to that, the tax levy increase between 2010 and 2020 was 34%. April Ross from 19 Hidden Drive, April spoke to us earlier. Please do not raise our taxes, especially during a pandemic when almost every citizen is financially struggling. This will surely make everyone want to vote Republican if you do this to your people who are responsible for taking care of and who put their faith in you to do the right thing. Thank you. David Leader, who also spoke earlier today from 1105 Huntington Avenue. Are you sure you want to raise taxes? During this time of unemployment, taxes should be reduced, not raised. By reducing taxes, you may have less defaulters than if you did nothing. I read the article. I'm concerned that the council got it exactly wrong. All non-essential services and projects should be postponed. All projects have been postponed, canceled, held off on, until employment levels return to some percentage. 10%. I hate to suggest that we add to unemployment, but we do really need all the employees. But do we really need all the employees that we currently maintain? Families are making do with less, and government should set an example, cost cutting. I can't be the only one thinking that raising taxes for next year is illogical. Explain to the residents that once the country springs back, non-essential programs will resume. Until then, lower taxes will adequately support both the community and the government. Regards, Dave. One good turn deserves another. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Next is an email from Joanne Carr from 50 Clement Drive. What part of the budget is council responsible for? What part of the budget is the mayor and his administration responsible for? Who are in this administration? What is our current total debt? So the budget that's presented to council is put together by the township business administrator along with the CFO and the mayor's office. Anyone else involved with that? And human resources. So they're responsible for putting that budget together. When the budget was introduced on May 11th, I believe that was the date, the first meeting in May, that was an introduction of the budget. It was not an adoption of the budget. Our friends at the patch reported that we adopted the budget. No, it was accepting the budget. That gives us time, roughly 4 weeks, to take a look at that budget. Even though a subcommittee was not appointed until the May 27th meeting, that does not mean that council members who had their budget packets were peppering Mr. Cardis and the mayor's office with questions regarding the budget. The total current debt for the township is $68,905,205. Thank you, Ms. Carr, for your email. Our next email, bear with me, I'm getting to it. We have a few more. Our next email is from Marilyn Lanning from 2 Stony Bridge Road. Respectfully submitted. I know that I don't need to tell you all about how much economical pain we are in right now, how much pain this country is in. You already know. 2, I have done, as I'm sure all my neighbors have done, everything I can and tighten my belt to hold on until the situation gets better. The stock market is looking better, and the jobs report was encouraging last week. But that's the future, which is still far from certain. It's not today. That's the problem with trickle-down economics. You have to wait for the trickle to reach you. I know you had your subcommittee meetings, and also I know you all have probably made up your minds. I know that there is probably never a tax bill where you were all faced. I know that there's probably never a tax bill where you were all not faced with angry constituents. These meetings are usually held in person, but this time it's really different, and you don't even have to face this in person. thanks to the pandemic. Ms. Lonnie, this is not something that we planned. We have to move forward with government. This time, there's no objection to the tax increase from a place of anger. This objection comes from a place of pain, real pain. You listened to our voices and our questions and comments at the last meeting. I guess my question for you is, did you really hear us? Will you keep taxes flat without an increase and allow us a chance to hold on and recover, or will you add to our pain and our mounting debt? I will speak for myself, and I will tell you I have no additional money for you to take. That COLA raise I was expecting never came through. It's not an ego question, it's just a comment. Yeah. It's not a, So that concludes our eGov access emails. We'll now have our second public portion. This public portion is for 30 minutes. And each speaker is entitled to 5 minutes. And if anyone would like to speak, I'll call upon them and they'll have an opportunity to speak. Mr. Cruz, you're our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mercado. I'll start with the thank yous, once again, Stubbs, for listening to the citizens of Gloucester Township and voting no for this budget. Secondly, I hope that council will feel this way as well, but thank you to Sam Sweet and Pete Highfall for taking time out of what I'm sure is busy lives for them and using their professional acumen to put together the citizens' budget. Finally, not so much for thank you, but to Mr. McGowan, although his statements contradicted, I appreciate your transparency and willing to come out and speak frankly to my question earlier this evening. So thank you for that. Mr. Hutchinson, I don't know how condescending all that was. I'm also a little bit confused as to why you read the estimates of tax increases for the individuals who show up consistently on a bi-weekly basis without any of those individuals asking for that to be shared.
Public information, I believe.
I would say when you make comments like that, as you did by calling me out in your public portion, it tells me that I'm on the right track and I'm doing the work that a citizen should be doing in asking questions, looking for accountability and transparency. So I appreciate you continuing to motivate me to continue to come and ensure those things are done.
May I respond
Pass
to that?
that to Mr. Davis. You're the second individual in concurrent meetings to mention the hostility. Certainly over 6 months ago, I had a conversation with council about that, and the fact that it's still being mentioned, obviously, not too much has changed. Mr. Connolly had also mentioned that in the last meeting. So I think with 3 mentions, there may be validity there, and it needs to be taken into consideration by council. Thank you all for your time. I hope you have a safe evening and stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Crew. Have a great evening. Is there anyone else?
Sam Sweet would like to speak.
Mr. Sweet, welcome again.
Welcome, 18 Elizabeth Place. Although Mr. Hutchinson seems to know where I live, since he can assess my house. I'd just like to hear from Ms. Stubbs what her reasons were for voting no, if she would like to tell us.
Ms. Stubbs? Ms. Stubbs? Mr. Sweet would like to know your reason for why you voted no.
I know, our business administrators worked very hard on the budget. The committee worked very hard, and I recognize that. I was greatly conflicted with my vote, and I was just saying that I'm a single parent on a fixed income, and that's it. I'm just greatly conflicted with my vote. I applaud all of my coworkers or council members because I know they struggled as well. But that was my reason, Mr. Sweet. It was more personal than, I guess, emotional on that part from just my perspective where I stand as a single parent and on a fixed income.
Is there anything else,
Hello?
Mr. Sweet? Mr. Sweet?
No, I just wanted to know her reason. I appreciate, her being forthcoming with it. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
Is there anything else? Mr. Sweet?
No, not until the next, council meeting.
All right.
Stay safe, everybody.
You as well,
Stay safe
Sam.
and healthy.
Take care. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
This is Amber McWiggin again.
Ms. McWiggins, how are you again?
Hi, I'm all right. I'm wearying, but I'm hanging in here. I just wanted to respond, I guess, to Mr. Hutchinson's comment, in response to the young woman who was, calling for defunding of the police. I'm not going to try to speak on her behalf. I don't know her. But the stuff I will say from my own perspective, that the point that I was trying to make was not that the police are not necessary, but that there are other ways of addressing social problems that often go unfunded, and that it should be the hope of the police to put themselves out of business by healing wounds and making it so that people don't feel the need to resort to crime. And I was really disturbed by his comment that I believe he said that the police is the third rail, and what I believe his quote was, "You don't touch it." And I'm going to say that I don't have bad experiences with the Gloucester Township Police to report. And there are many things. I've been calling the police department, and I've had really positive interactions and heard very progressive policies so far that make me proud to live here. But I think the very idea, the attitude that you don't touch the police, that the police in some way are the public servants who are untouchable, that you cannot criticize. I think that is the very attitude that leads to the corruption that you see in some police departments. And I don't know whether or not that corruption is happening in our police department. I will be honest about that. But that is the danger. We say that the idea that we ought to be investing in other things besides the police, to call that idea divisive, or to say that somebody expressing their pain about what they're seeing in this country right now, to associate that with divisiveness is very dangerous. And I don't want to hear that from my city council members. That makes me disturbed as a resident of Gloucester Township. And again, that's my proof. I'm not speaking for her. I'm just speaking for me. Thank you.
May I respond to that? Mr. Hutchinson would like to respond. Is that fine?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. You misinterpreted, or I misstated. I don't have the exact recording. What I'm saying is the third rail is the topic of conversation relating to defunding. Okay? You're seeing people in the news media who are being negatively affected by commenting on these types of things. The conversation regarding defunding the police department is what I'm referring to.
Right, but what I'm saying to you is that why is it specifically the police department, which cannot have an eye looked at it? Of all departments, why is it that we can spend 3 hours?
I believe that
talking about cutting every other department. The police department is untouchable.
Okay, my point is that I am willing to talk about it. That's my point. A lot of people are not willing to talk about it. I am willing to talk about it. I'm willing to go on the record and say, I don't support defunding it. Okay? And I stated my reasons for it. Okay? So please understand, I'm willing to touch that topic. Despite, the outcry across the country, I respect what our police department in this town does. I'm a believer in their skill set, how they protect this community, everybody they protect. They make this a good community to live in. So I'm willing to talk about it, even though others are not. Okay?
Okay, and I'll ask that you also be willing to accept that people don't want the police department to be immune from the kind of scrutiny that I've heard every other department get in the last 3 or 4 hours that I've been sitting on this call.
On that point, I agree. On that point, I agree with you. Every single department in this town should receive the same level of scrutiny.
Okay. And to that point, the contracts that I requested being able to look at, I found them on the website where I was directed to go on the downloads page way down at the bottom, but the most recent police contracts were from the year 2013.
We'll get you updated ones, Amber.
Okay, who should I email about that?
The township administrator. T. Cardis, so you go to T. Cardis, Cardis, T. Cardis at glowtwit.com.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? With that, we'll close our second public portion. Polling of directors.
Mr. Barlamere,
Nothing to report.
Mr. Cardis,
Nothing to report.
Chief Barkins.
Yes, coming up to the phone so everybody can hear me. So I just want to report to council the events this week. I know we mentioned it, but we're hit hard. Probably the hardest storm that I've seen, other than maybe the hurricanes, but for sustained. We handled within 1 hour period. We received over 200 calls for service, storm related. We also responded to a shooting that occurred while that was our storm response was going on. We worked throughout the night to get all the calls answered throughout the night and the day. Worked with our public works. Again, great infrastructure investment into this community was years ago, where we invested in our traffic signals to get generator hookups. That was a big thing. It wasn't an easy thing to get done, but we got it done. And on numerous occasions, especially throughout this event, it saved thousands of dollars because we did not have to have a police officer controlling traffic. Within an hour, we had almost 12 intersections covered with these generators. On top of, I want everybody to know that, our budget, we don't get a free pass in the police department. We answer to the mayor, we answer to Mr. Cardis, we answer to council. We are very aware of the expenses that go towards our law enforcement resources. And some of the things that we do put forward that I'm very, very proud of, that this council approves, this administration supports us with, are programs that, quite frankly, not many other towns through the nation and certainly not in this area have. Our SAVE program, I've just got the report. I'm very proud to say we have a SAVE program. Our police officers referred 383 people to treatment centers for our SAVE advocate from January 1st, 2019 till the end of May. That's 383 people that got into addiction services just from the police officers. There's additional that got it through our municipal court services. The engagement that we have, our Family Resource Center, our juvenile diversion programs, our community engagement. We have a vehicle that goes out with community relations officers to our community to engage youth on a positive level. Our bike officers, our programs, the things that we've invested years over, the training, the de-escalation, have all paid off for us. On yesterday, officers, we had a peaceful protest that I marched around Veterans Park with the organizers. We had great interaction. We had those hard conversations that Mr. Mercado spoke of. We'll continue to have them. I spent most of my evening tonight preparing my next chief's message because we've gotten a lot of questions about how we operate with use of force, and I've been working on that. And I would encourage everyone to go to our website. That'll be probably published tomorrow. I put out a statement last Saturday on the tragedy of Mr. Floyd. I can tell you that the officers of this police department are horrified by it. We don't operate that way. We've never operated that way. And I'm speechless about what occurred to Mr. Floyd. We'll continue to do that. Our training, the training that we've gotten, the techniques that were done to Mr. Floyd have never been done by this agency. It's hard for me to understand how that even occurred. We do have a duty to watch out for each other. And the men and women of this police department are hurting over this. I am. I've been putting countless hours answering phone calls, and I'll continue to do so because this community deserves it. So when we hear about defunding the police, I respect everyone's opinion. Everybody has ideas. We're looking for those socially. We know that we're not going to arrest our way out of the program of our problems here. And we've committed to that. And we're going to continue to commit that. And I thank the administration here, and I thank all the council members here for having the farsightedness to know that it's those kind of programs that's going to make this a better place, make the police officers safer, and make us easier to do our job. And we'll continue to look for the next best way of doing it. And I assure council here, and I assure the administration and all the residents of Gloucester Township that we're committed. We're going to look at whatever we can make better. We're going to make the changes we need to make to even make ourselves better. And we're going to continue to be the best that we can possibly be. So that this community, we're servant leaders. That's been my mantra to these officers. They will continue to monitor. We will continue to make sure that we're doing it right. We have one of the most robust internal affairs employee professional standards program that I know of. We participate in the New Jersey Attorney General's Excellence in Policing, and we're going to continue to stay on top of that. I apologize for going on so long, Mr. President, but I just felt it was necessary to bring council up to speed as to what the long hours that these officers have put in for the safety of our community. And we're as horrified as what's going on in society, and we're going to be positive change part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Chief, for putting that statement out the previous Saturday, for participating in yesterday's rally. I have the utmost confidence in you, in our department, because I know you're a man of faith, and you let that, you follow that, you walk the walk and walk the talk. So I do appreciate everything that you do in our department, and our department is a reflection upon you.
Thank you,
So
sir.
thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Hutchison?
Can I be heard from over here? Or do I have to over there? I will be brief.
Talk louder.
Okay, I said a lot earlier on about the tax increase. Last night was the first time that a vote on this council woke me up in the middle of the night. That's the God's honest truth. I've never had a sleepless night prior to last night as a result of this budget and this budget vote. I knew some of the individuals who would participate on the phone. I wanted to feel their pain to that. So I got the numbers for their increases in their taxes. Because when I voted, I wanted to be able to look on that page and see. So I listened to everybody talk this evening. And I felt pain because I am a bankruptcy attorney. I deal with people losing their homes. So I don't want to do that. But at the same time, we have to fund the government. And it hurts me. My neighbor was in the parking lot before I got here. And I had to look her in the eye. And I'd say, I'm going to raise your taxes. She was under the impression, however, it was 10% of the entire bill. And I think she was somewhat surprised, I'll talk to her probably tomorrow, that it was quite a bit less. But I do apologize for having to raise your taxes. I don't like doing it. Thank you.
Mr. Owens?
First, thank all the residents who came out online and over the phone to have a discussion with us. That's what we're here for. We do listen to you. But like many of us have said, we have to make certain decisions. We can't be in the gray. And we have to do the best for the township. And now a quick statement. As I reflect on the past several months, the last few days have certainly contributed to an overall sense of uncertainty, concern, anxiety, and fear as we watch our communities react to the death of Mr. Floyd, but also to the many decades of racism and bigotry reflected in the lack of quality health care, educational opportunity, and economic well-being for too many of our fellow citizens. We all have different backgrounds, stories, and realities, and the truth is we will all process this differently and at different times. But now is the time to make a change. Join a peaceful protest, get out the vote, push back on negative social media posts, refuse to accept anything less than equality for all. It's a responsibility of all of us to speak out against racism. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye when our fellow Americans are denied those basic rights. Lastly, as important as it's always been, it's important now that you take care of yourselves as well and communicate. Talk to family, friends, neighbors, religious leaders. Reach out to the mental health professionals to help you through this whenever it may be. With that, thank you, Chief, to you and the men and women of the Gloucester Township Police Department. They've always had unwavering support for this community, their neighbors, their friends, to each and every one of us. They are the lifeline, they are the blood of this community, and they are partners with the residents. I've never had a bad interaction with any of them, and none of my council colleagues have, and neighbors. We see them doing the parades and waving, stopping the supermarket, mowing the lawn, wherever. They're there for us, and they follow your lead. So thank you, and thank you for your comments up here. Thank the Public Works again. Can't stress enough their quickness and professionalism and handling the fallout from the storm. Is always there. They're on top of it. COVID-19 has not disappeared yet. No matter what the president has to say, not President Mercado. So please continue social distancing, wearing masks in public. It's scary when I'm out there doing grocery shopping. that there's so many more people out there in groups not wearing masks and thinking things are better when it is not. So please continue to be safe. And lastly, just congratulate to all the graduating students right here in town from the high schools, the middle schools, the elementary schools, and all the university college graduates who also are struggling to find a job in this new economy. We're thinking about them every day. And thank you to the teachers for doing a job well done these past 3 months. It was not an easy task, but they succeeded. Thank you.
Mrs. Stubbs?
Yes,
Hold on. Yep.
okay, Chief Harkin, thank you, as always, for your powerful work and keeping us updated, with the great things that our police department is doing. I think I can speak for all of us when we say, we feel safer because you're here. Scott, those were great words also. And thank you everybody for coming out and, sharing your thoughts and your feelings in a respectful manner, which Mr. Davidson noted. I think we all try to do that, but I think this is a very emotional time, as Mr. Hutchinson said. Very emotional mood. A lot of things going on in regards to Mr. Floyd, the pandemic, the budget, and just the effect that it has on everyone. So I hope everyone is trying to maintain and have a good time.
Mrs. Winters?
I would like to thank everyone for their comments. I think my colleagues have touched on every topic that I would have spoken about. As a nurse, I would like to just reiterate what Mr. Owens said about COVID still being out there and available for all of us to possibly catch. Be safe, be smart, social distance, wear your masks. There are people that you do not think or do not know if they have that disease, and they do. And there's no way for you to tell because they don't even know that they have it. So please protect yourselves and be safe. And thank you, of course, to the police and fire and public works and all those that were out there the day of the storm. Thank you for your hard work. Good night.
Mr. Mignone?
I just want to reiterate a comment that Mr. Davidson had mentioned earlier, and I used it twice so far this week, is that the key is just be nice. No matter what color, race, religion, the key is be nice, no matter what difference of opinions also. Just be nice. And I'll reiterate what Mr. Owens said, congratulations to all the 2020 graduates who on these times had to celebrate their graduation a little different than we had in the past. And on a different note, I did get all my steps in before the clock turned midnight, thank God. Have a great night.
Mrs. Strata?
Scott, thank you for your thoughts. I don't think I could have said it any better, so thank you for that. And to all the residents, you know, we did not take this decision lightly. I've spent a lot of time reviewing the budget with my colleagues and with Mr. Cardis, and it was not an easy decision, but I feel that this is the best decision for the entire town at this time. Chief Harkins, I just want to say thank you to you and your team and your leadership and Public Works for the outstanding job that they've done with the storm last week. I know our area was hit extremely hard, and I can't say enough good things about the services that we received for help with cleanup and with the lights, you know, being out and things like that. So thank you to all of our team for working so well together to keep us safe. And congratulations also to our graduates.
Mr. Mercado?
Thank you for everyone that called in, that logged on, that provided comments to council. I do appreciate you taking an interest in your community. With that, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?